Idea, because I've never done.
I think this is now the fourth video in 3 days I have made on this massive Lego scandal, but I can't help it. This is one of the crazier stories I think I've ever covered. All of this started over Legos, and is now at a point where Reckless Bin, the guy who was really investigating it and blew the lid off of this, spilled the beans, has now been targeted more times than Cobra Commander by the local police department out there in Utah that is seemingly working in collaboration with Bricks and Minifigs. Part 2 of Reckless Bin's investigation just dropped, and he and his whole group get arrested. He has been targeted multiple times by the police getting arrested, and there is evidence presented on camera that seems to indicate that the police are knowingly engaging in what I think is pretty clearly some barnacles, not to get into the technical terms there, that's some legalese for you, some barnacles, in order to have him silenced because of what he's talking about. And there are some deep-rooted potential connections between Bricks and Minifigs and this local police department that is now, for some reason, going scorched earth on Ben and his entire team. It is absolutely fucking absurd. Arasaka from Cyberpunk is a less corrupt, less evil organization than Bricks and Minifigs, it seems. It's unbelievable. Now, if you don't know what I'm talking about, I'll give you like the briefest rundown before getting into part 2 here, because this is wild. They literally come in guns blazing on Ben and his team, by the way. Not to get into spoilers. But this all started because I had a voice crack. That's how extreme this is. It's affecting my vocal folds even yapping about it. Ben had been investigating a case of some potentially stolen Legos from Bricks and Minifigs. What happened is an individual named Brian took his father's Lego collection that his father had built up over years of his life. A very valuable collection valued roughly around $200,000 worth of product. He took it to Bricks and Minifigs to sell it to them on consignment, so that way he could take that money to his father, who was in not the best health, and this money was going to be used for very important things in the family. Well, what ended up happening is, when he took it to that shop, Bricks and Minifigs, the owner was pretty much forced out after they had talked about leaving the country, and then corporate stepped in. This is all backed up by oodles of evidence. There is the whole kit and caboodle of evidence confirming this timeline, not the Bricks and Minifigs response of just actual gobbledygook that they keep trying to spit out. And when that owner was forced out and corporate took over, they put up a big stink crossing their arms and refused to give Brian his Lego collection back, which is still his collection. By the very contract that was signed, it is still his collection, but they then said, oh, we don't do consignment. We wipe our asshole with that. We wipe our dirty little ass with consignment papers. That's toilet paper to us. So get out of here. Kick rocks, pussy. So not only could Brian not get his Lego collection back from Bricks and Minifigs, but they didn't pay for it, and they were even marketing it and selling this Lego collection, a collection that they had no legal right to, considering, according to them, they don't even do consignment in the first place. Thus, how could they possibly have this collection? It's not theirs to even be selling. So by all possible interpretations, that sounds like stolen product that they are selling to their customers. So this was a huge investigation from Ben into this corruption. It was unbelievable. I highly recommend you watch his coverage of it. And Since then, they keep singing a different tune, like, consignment, and, we don't do that. But then the previous owners came forward showing that as part of their agreement, they do actually sign off on consignment. It is there in plain English that they do accept consignment opportunities given some circumstances. So that's a lie from Bricks and Minifigs, it seems. And they are on camera saying to the previous owner, when you guys leave, when we take over, we are also taking on the consignment liability. All of this is right there, out in the open, yet they still refuse to give Brian his father's Lego collection back, and they refuse to pay him for that collection that they have already been selling. How is that not stolen property? So anyway, part 2 has now come out, and again, at the end of part 1, Ben did successfully sue Bricks and Minifigs in small claims court. But in response to that victory, they just shut down the location in order to weasel out of having to pay that. They lost, and now, instead of being held accountable and actually paying what they owe, they shut down the shop. So Reckless Ben in part 2 is now trying to serve the papers for the next lawsuit here. They won in court. He is going through the legal process, which is what in Bricks and Minifigs' official response said Ben needed to do, and he has already done that, and they have fought him tooth and nail, and they are now exploiting the legal system to try and silence him, allegedly, based on all of the evidence here. It's fucking terrifying, because in part 2, you're going to see they are using the law like it's their dick. Like, they are playing with it constantly. Bricks and Minifigs, that is. And the officers are more than happy to just swallow all of this come from them. They go out there and just start guzzling. They are there and harassing Ben and his team, threatening them constantly, and they do arrest them multiple times. They even go in with guns blazing to his fucking house and dislocate his shoulder, roughhousing him outside, even though no one put up any kind of fight. It's crazy. Let's get into it.
So, I started to file my lawsuit. But right after I filed this court case, it got rejected. And the reason was, I failed to demonstrate a good faith effort to resolve the dispute prior to filing.
Basically, before this court case can get approved, I have to at least attempt to settle with Josh outside of court first.
I tried calling Josh, but I'm blocked.
I'm sorry.
Oh man. Basically, if Josh wants to save the day, I got him a trophy that says, Joshua Johnson saved the day. And we'll give him this trophy, but he has to give the Legos back first.
So, we started driving to Josh's house.
I had never heard of that, so in order to file this lawsuit, he needed to play in the pig pen with Josh for a little bit here to demonstrate that he tried in good faith to resolve it amicably. So, that's exactly what Ben tried to do. He drove out to Josh in order to meet him in person to try and just squash the beef right then and there and get the Legos back so that way it didn't have to go through the legal system here with this lawsuit. Ben has been doing everything above board based on everything that I've seen here. Again, I'm not a fucking lawyer, but it is telling him what he needs to do legally, and he is doing it. Yeah, he's kind of being a little silly about it, like with the trophy, but I mean, that's exactly what Josh deserves. He deserves to be treated like a fucking temper tantrum-riddled child. That's what Josh is. We've heard him on the phone fucking melting down, crashing out, freaking out, sucking his thumb, farting his butt off. Like, this guy super sucks. So yeah, there's nothing wrong with delivering him a little, cheeky trophy about oh, he saved the day. Look, you finally did it, Josh. In order to avoid the lawsuit, if Josh is willing to do that. But guess what? Josh isn't that much of a man. He's a little bitch.
This happened.
Dude, the police just showed up. What the heck? Why are the police at his house?
Oh, there's another one, dude. 2 cop cars.
My name's Officer American Police. The reason I stopped you is the stop sign. You just stop that.
I didn't?
No.
I thought I stopped.
Yeah, you definitely stopped.
You said he ran a stop sign?
Huh?
You said he ran a stop sign?
I didn't see what happened.
Yeah, I was like...
Because we
I
definitely stopped at the stop
we
sign.
stopped.
Yeah.
I was so sure that we stopped at the stop sign that I actually requested all the police footage of this. And as you can see, we didn't even do a rolling stop. We fully stopped at the stop sign. So this is an illegal traffic stop.
Yeah, the corruption kicks off immediately upon Ben even entering the zone here. He's in the fucking PvP-enabled zone now. So, Ben gets in the server, and Josh was alerted to it, potentially, from some of the other Bricks and Minifigs associates that knew that Ben was there. So, as they're going to try and, have this peaceful conversation with Josh about this whole thing, as he is required to do by law, as the first steps before filing a lawsuit, Josh has already alerted the police there. So Josh already hunkers down, surrounded by his own private military force here with the Utah Police Department that's protecting him. And they decide to initiate what seems to be an illegal traffic stop here on Ben saying that he didn't stop at the stop sign, but he requested the footage from the cops on the dash cam. You can see them stop. They stopped. I think it's pretty obvious they were just looking for an excuse to stop them and intimidate them.
So who's Ben?
Me?
Ben? How's Utah?
It's good.
Like it?
We were forced to go home without having this good faith conversation the court requires us to have.
Pretty cool officer. He thinks he's in like an action movie or something. Hey, Ben, how's Utah, bud? I don't know why he's acting like that. That's so cringe. But anyway, Ben then explains the reason for being there. He then goes back to the car, and this is all on body cam. He says, give me the ID for Reckless Ben. Everything else he said was a lie. Even though Ben was telling him the true story, they just immediately write it off as a lie, showing pretty clearly that they are already against Ben and his team, trying to get justice for an old man who has been butt-fucked by this massive corporation, and they are trying to do it legally through the legal system that is instructing them to go there and have that conversation with Josh peacefully, but they're not letting him do that, so they had to go home empty-handed because, well, the police weren't going to allow that to happen.
I actually remembered that there's another owner of the store named Brandon Best. Brandon is the guy in the security camera footage that illegally kicked the first owner out of the store so he could steal all their Legos. I tried calling him, but I am also blocked.
I'm sorry.
The only option left is to show up to his house.
Hello. Hey, how's it going? Hello?
So with that now being a dead end, that quest has failed. He still has to demonstrate to the court that in good faith he had a conversation to try and solve it peacefully. So instead, he is now going to one of the other owners, Brandon Best. And Brandon actually does answer the door, but Brandon seems to be in like a fugue state. This guy comes out there like he's fucking possessed. I don't even think he knows what planet he's on. Brandon comes out there like he's confused on what year it is.
Hey, well, I was wondering if you'd be down to pay us for the lawsuit that we won.
It kind of seems like Brandon doesn't want to have this good faith conversation to resolve this problem outside of court. And I gave him plenty of time to speak.
I guess if you don't want to talk, I'll just talk. So you guys told us to take you to court. We went to court and we won. We know you closed down the store to avoid paying us, so we could just sue you guys personally and do the whole thing again. We would obviously win again, but
then the police showed up.
This boggles my mind. So Brandon is swaying over there like a fucking drunken zombie, refusing to say any words at all. He's gone catatonic, and he is still, his company, they've still not paid the lawsuit that they lost. How is that allowed? How is that not a crime against them? How can Ben win this case legally? It's in the system. This isn't like, far-fetched, like nonsense. It's a real legitimate case they won, and they're just not giving the payment that they are supposed to? I just don't know how that's not illegal. So the police do show up. They're immediately on Brandon's side, going after Ben about how Ben's lying about everything, even though it is all in the system. He won. Why is it? How can they just say, like, nah, we don't feel like paying. In fact, we'll just shut down the store, so how's that taste? This is what we'll pay you with. I don't get it. It doesn't make any sense. How is that not immediately a crime that they are just dodging this, the responsibility to pay what they are supposed to? They lost. What the fuck kind of sense does this make? How is that allowed? What kind of fucking legal system do they have over there in Utah?
And again, for some reason, they are really trying to protect these criminals.
He didn't steal anything. He inherited the store from somebody
no,
else.
he stole $200,000
How do you know this?
because I've been spending the last 3 months in the case, and I won in court.
He inherited the store. He's being blamed for everything that the previous owner did, and he's trying to...
Well, that's a lie. So we...
Okay, hold on. I'm still
okay,
talking.
I'm sorry.
The police officers are like brainwashed by Bricks and Minifigs. Are they just all in like Bricks and Minifigs pockets or something? This makes no sense. Why is she now regurgitating their lies? She doesn't even know what the fuck is going on, so why is she saying it as if she's coming at it from a place of like knowledge on the case? She has no clue. So why is she taking him at his word instead of Ben, who literally has a court victory confirming his side of things? Bricks and Minifigs has nothing. They have nothing. They have their lies. They have their incorrect accounts of things. Ben has actual evidence and proof. So why are the police on Brandon's side? Why? And why is she saying verbatim what they keep saying? This is very odd. Very, very peculiar.
A lie, and we already proved this in court.
If
Okay.
you come back and step foot on this property, you're gonna go to jail.
The police gave me a formal trespass notice, which I took a picture of it and sent it to the court as proof I tried to have this good faith conversation, but Brandon didn't want to have it with me. And turns out this was good enough. My court case with Brandon Best got accepted. But my court case with Josh is still going to be rejected until I find a way to have this good faith conversation with him.
So there we go. One of the fetch quests have been completed here. He tried to have the conversation with Brandon. He got trespassed for it, submitted it, they accepted it, but he now still has to try and find a way to do it with Josh.
After some more research, we found out that both Josh and Brandon are super hardcore Mormon.
This becomes extremely relevant information later on as a possible connection between the Bricks and Minifigs goobers here that we are dealing with, as well as the law enforcement, because some of the local law enforcement officers that are constantly trying to have Ben and his team arrested, and actually do get them arrested, actually put them in cuffs and everything, they are also hardcore Mormons from all of the evidence Ben presents. So is there a chance that they were just trying to protect their own, even knowing that he is doing something highly immoral and possibly very much allegedly, potentially criminal, illegal? Anyway, as Ben is leaving, he and his team are pulled over again by the officers, who are now initiating another traffic stop, and it became pretty clear what the tactic that was being used here from Josh and Brandon was. Since Ben had told Brandon that he is now suing them personally, he's going to go after them personally, it seems like they are desperately trying to find any excuse to have them thrown in the slammer to avoid that. So now we are going to get really familiar with the police department, because they've got them on the leash. Bricks and Minifigs, the puppet master out there, it seems, because they are using the police department willy-nilly out the wazoo, constantly sending them like dogs after Ben and his team. Even though Ben and his team are doing everything legally by the book, as they are supposed to do, as Bricks and Minifigs said they needed to do, by the way. Now they're doing it legally and being fucking stalked, basically, by the police department, wielded by Brandon and Josh.
So
Yeah, we ended up just driving home, but on our way back, this happened.
What? Pulled over again? For what? How's it going?
How's it going? I'm Officer Hawkins, American Fort Police Department. How you doing?
Good, how are you?
Good. Well, what's your name? Are you Ben?
The police apparently got a call that we had heroin on us.
This officer is going to conduct a search of your person because there are illegal substances in the vehicle.
Really?
So he's going to do that. I'm going to put this away, and then we'll be right. Don't reach in your pockets. Okay. Sounds good. Thank you.
After 2 hours of searching the car, obviously they found no drugs.
So you didn't find.
I explained to the police that we didn't have drugs, and the reality of the situation is that Bricks and Minifigs is so desperate at this point that they're willing to do anything to get us arrested so they don't have to pay for the property they stole.
Yeah, that's pretty low. These fucking scumbags are now resorting to falsifying these reports to officers. They are maliciously relaying fraudulent information to the officers to try and have Ben and his team arrested. So now Brandon/Josh here is saying that they had heroin in their car, so the police pulled them over and searched for drugs, and of course they didn't find anything. And interestingly enough, this appears to be part of a pattern from Josh Johnson. This seems to be one of his go-to tactics. According to one of the previous owners of the Bricks and Minifigs, where all this started, the Patient Zero, when they were kicked out, when corporate swooped in and, excommunicated them from the Continental, Josh Johnson had apparently been spreading rumors telling people that they, the previous owners, were selling heroin. So Josh really seems to like that lie about, oh, a person I don't like and I want to have arrested? Oh yeah, they have heroin. Oh yeah, they're selling heroin. Apparently this seems to be something he does pretty often. Why is that not a crime? I mean, it is a crime, but why is he not being arrested for it? They've now gone through the search. They found nothing. We now know that he was wrong, and we now see that, at least according to one other source here, he has done this at least twice on purpose. That's a crime. Can we get him, maybe held accountable for that shit? It's kind of ridiculous.
They were still not going to let us go until we told them where the drugs were.
Your eyes, for example, right? There's a constriction, which is dilated, and then
Do you notice it?
So I haven't been looking at this. I'll show him. Go ahead, look at him.
Oh, look at you?
Yeah.
You do see it?
So
It's crazy. I have no idea, because I've never done any drugs in my life. I don't do drugs. I don't do alcohol. I've never done any of that in my life. I'm willing to do any drug tests.
Yeah.
Like, I'm very cooperative. I don't understand, what you're seeing in my eyes.
I'm gonna have a discussion with this officer.
Oh, they're really scraping the bottom of the barrel here. They're really trying to alt. Oh, it's your eyes. Your eyes. You have heroin eyes. I can see the heroin in your eyes, Buster. But this, hats off to this guy for remaining so calm. He's like, okay, do you see it? This fucking fairy tale. You see it? Hey, look, I'll do any drug test. Let's rip it. And then the officer's like, give me a moment. Give me a second.
And then the police department illegally redacted this conversation too. My guess is that they acknowledged that it's very obvious we don't have drugs on us, but they were going to try and pressure us into giving some type of false confession anyways.
I'm not sure if you're lying to me or not, to be honest.
I'm willing to take any drug test you want.
I'm walking a very dangerous line, which can get you hemmed up a lot of time.
Yeah.
And you could end up in jail in Utah when you're from Cali.
Okay.
Not worth it, right?
Yeah.
We play differently here. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I'm willing to cooperate with you guys and do anything you want me to, because I'm not hiding anything. I can promise you that. I promise.
We weren't giving the police a false confession like they wanted, so eventually I guess they just got tired and let us go.
Oh my god, I love that from the officer. You're walking a real dangerous line here, mister. What, the dangerous line being cooperative? What dangerous line is he walking? He's telling you he will do whatever drug test you want, and you're like, oh, you better be very, very careful saying shit like that. I'm about to take you the fuck down. And then they're even saying we play differently over here. No, it seems like you play stupid. It seems like you play unethical ball, is what it seems like. Because you are being wielded like Josh's personal fleshlight. This is a complete bogus stop here based on false information. Clearly, you know there's no drugs there. There's no probable cause to take it further. Both of these men don't seem to be intoxicated or on any substances at all. It's plain as day. They're being cooperative, and they're still trying to find any excuse to lock them up. Under the directions of Josh, most likely. That's what it seems to be. So yeah, I guess they do play by some different rules over there. Some very corrupt rules, seemingly. This is just totally fucking unacceptable. Every officer you see in this video doing shit like this, I think absolutely needs to be fired. And beyond that, needs to be investigated and potentially thrown in jail themselves. Having corrupt officers like this is extremely dangerous to public safety. And there is overwhelming evidence to showcase, at the very least, complete incompetence to the point where that is also dangerous to public safety. It's fucking outrageous.
We'll let you guys go now, but you're walking a thin line. Just be mindful of that. Does that make sense?
Okay.
At this point, I've documented everything I've been through to the court, that I've tried to have this good faith conversation with Josh. He just doesn't want to have it with me. And because of everything I went through, my court case finally got approved.
So now we can go to the next steps here. And I know I keep interrupting a lot, but it's just so much to unpack here. So much corruption, it's unreal. All over Legos. And what is very easily provable, bricks and minifigs being in the wrong. Like, it's unbelievable. But like the officer's then saying, all right, be mindful. Be mindful of what? Driving and doing nothing wrong? Because that's what they were doing. Be mindful of what? Some psychopath lunatic calling in a false report to have the police scoot in sideways on you? That's completely out of his control. You can't be mindful of that. You have a maniac on the loose over there named Josh.
And attached to this email are court papers to serve Josh. The only problem is Josh is not going to open this door for anyone. So I made this poster that says, I stole a dying man's life savings, and printed it out. Now I'm placing this poster in a public space right across the street from Josh's house. Yeah, it turns out I have a process server to serve him his court papers. But almost immediately, my sign got blocked.
Oh no, he's blocking our sign.
As you can imagine, this is where it really pops off. So he now has the court papers to serve Josh, but he has to serve Josh. So he gets a process server out there. He tries to get Josh to come outside to, like take down the sign. It is on public property. He is 100% within his right to put that sign there. But once again, protecting Josh, here comes the goof troop. They're now blocking the sign, and they're about to go have some very stern conversations with Ben, and things are going to only continue to escalate.
What are you guys doing here?
So we are in a court case with them, and we have to serve them legal papers.
The police realize that we're not breaking any laws, and they've been called here for a false reason, so they decided to leave. And then we got the police calling us again.
Hello. Yeah, their court requires us to come in person for some reason, so...
Again, the cops realized that we are doing nothing illegal and decided to leave. Now it's time to serve Josh his court papers. But we got the police called on us again.
Hello.
Yep, I see those papers.
Yeah.
I just don't understand how Josh is allowed to do this. Why is this not punishable? They have come out 3 times now, and they keep recognizing that there is nothing illegal going on here, and Josh keeps calling them out. There is very clearly a deep personal connection here. And you're going to see in a moment, it might be because they are Mormons, and they are, very tight-knit here. But Josh is able to just use the circus here, borrow the clowns, and keep sending them at Ben, but they don't have any, legal mustard to throw him in jail over. So now, in a last-ditch Hail Mary, he's coming to check the papers to see if the papers are fake, to get him on that. These are fake papers, give me it, you're going to jail, that kind of thing. But he's about to find out they're not fake. He is doing everything lawfully and legally. He has to try and serve these papers. Josh just won't play ball with him. And I guess they all play different ball over there, because now the police are also actively trying to prevent that from happening too. They're standing in the way of justice. They're actively preventing the legal system from working.
He could even just serve the papers for me.
You okay if I give these papers to him?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, just give me 1 minute.
Okay, thank you.
Sadly, we can't see the police officer serve Josh because the police department redacted all of it. But the only thing that really matters is that Josh is getting served.
He does not want the paper. So
He does not want the papers?
here's that back for you.
What a surprise. How is that allowed? Hey, so he's serving you these papers, part of the legal process, an integral part of the legal process. Oh, you don't want them? Oh my God, I'm so sorry to bother you, Josh. Do you want me to fondle your balls, by the way, real quick? Okay, all right, let me do that real quick. Okay, I'm gonna go take these back over there to Ben now, all right? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to bother you. I understand you don't want them. I'm sorry. I'll just go ahead and continue to impede the legal system. Thank you so much, Josh. I love you, brother. Group hug in the shower tonight? Thoughts? All right, sorry. I'll go ahead and scram. Let me go ahead and bring these back over there to ensure that they don't get served to you as is lawfully required by the legal system. Have a good day, Josh.
Papers.
Not sure what this is. I've never seen something like that. It doesn't look good when you've been trespassed.
Yeah.
Trying to serve papers.
Well, I think it looks exactly how we're supposed to do it legally. This is the legal way to do it.
I always thought that the police were supposed to remain unbiased, and if they were going to take a side, they definitely shouldn't take the side of the criminal. But I guess I was wrong. We got the police called on us again.
Oh, sure. The
For
paper?
what?
The serving paper?
Yeah.
Trying to speak with someone to verify if a case is, just verify if a case is real.
Yeah, looks like a real small claims case in our court.
Okay, thank you for your help. That's all. Thank you.
So after bringing the papers back, after refusing to serve it to Josh because he said, nuh-uh, the officer then gets really accusatory with him, saying, this is bogus paper, this is stupid paper, you got dumb paper, watch out, bud. And then they leave. Then the cops get called on him again. This time he directly takes the papers because he's going to try and find out if they're real or not definitively. He definitively gets a hard, yes, those are real, it is legitimate. And you would think at that point it'd be smooth sailing, okay, this is all real. Everything Ben's saying seems to be truthful. That's not how this goes.
I think this phone call was the breaking point for the police.
Oh, he's rubbing his chin.
The police couldn't handle the fact that I was right and they were wrong.
Okay.
Okay, we can try and find you back.
Am I being arrested?
You're under arrest right now.
Really?
I was confused on what I was being arrested for. I mean, the same police officers that arrested me gave me permission to do exactly what I was doing.
You can film from the sidewalk wherever it's public, right? But you can't go on that property. If you do, you'll be charged, okay?
Okay, yeah, for sure.
I got arrested for just doing what the police told me to do.
Not only doing what the police told him to do, by the way, what the legal system instructs him to do. He has to serve those fucking papers. He won in small claims court. They didn't pay. Now he's suing them personally. And to do that, as he has already been accepted and did everything by the legal process, has to serve the next phase of papers. And the cops have come out fucking 4 times. The goof troop keeps rolling in here. And now, after they have gotten definitive proof that this is all real and Ben is telling the truth, they then just arrest him for it. Oh, you've got some nerve coming around Utah telling the truth, Ben. Like, what the fuck is this? This is actual insanity.
It's from Brian, the collector's son, who got all their stuff stolen. And he has a theory of what might be going on here.
Yeah, the cops down there are definitely all in with the Mormon community, and being the bricks and minifigs is part of that and worth millions. I would not doubt that they have donated hefty sums to the Mormon church, of which all the cops are probably a part of.
Yeah, Brandon Best, Joshua Johnson, and Eamon, the CEO, are all super Mormon. Like, the CEO even went to the Mormon University. And when I looked up all the police officers who were treating me unfairly, they were all Mormon too.
And they take care of their own, man. They are like a huge clan that takes care of each other.
And instead of trying to get rid of the few bad people who are making Mormonism look bad, they're for some reason choosing to protect these criminals. But eventually, I got released from jail.
So that's where the potential connection comes into play. So all the officers are apparently pretty hardcore Mormons, as well as our main assholes here from Bricks and Minifigs. So that would explain why these officers are so cooperative with Josh in particular, even though they keep getting routine calls out there for nothing. And even though they definitely got a false report and acted on fraudulent information and still keep doing it for Josh, it seems. So I think that's probably correct. I think Brian's right. I think it is because they are all part of this Mormon community that is just looking to protect each other. So instead of holding someone accountable like Josh, who is engaging very clearly in some extremely immoral shit and potentially criminal shit, potentially he's doing a lot of heavy lifting there. I think there is overwhelming evidence to suggest there is definitely something very fishy afoot at the very least, and still refusing to give back those Legos to Brian, which, again, by his own company's admission, they shouldn't even have in the first place if they don't do consignment. Thus, they have no legal right to that inventory, and they are selling what is, by textbook definition, stolen property. All of this is something not even being considered by the law enforcement, despite Brian proving in court, winning his case, that he is the one being truthful, that his account of things is accurate, that the evidence is on Brian's side, not Bricks and Minifig's side. No matter what, though, it doesn't matter to the police department here, it seems, because they'd rather just protect Josh because they're Mormons. That appears to be what's going on. That's the only possible explanation for why they're going so hard against Ben, and this isn't even the hardest they go. He gets arrested here, and he does get out on bail. He gets arrested off absolute nothingness, just complete fucking barnacles. And they still aren't done with him. They still aren't finished with him. They are actually trying to just ruin his life and throw him in jail forever for the crime of reporting the truth and trying to get justice. He is going through all of the proper legal channels, doing it the right way, and even following all of the orders from the police and still getting this unfair treatment. So yeah, it probably is because they are in this tight-knit community here, and they just want to keep protecting each other instead of holding them accountable, like Josh or Brandon or something. And it's fucking gross. So they are putting that above their duty of protecting the public and enforcing the law and getting the bad guys in jail. Instead, they're getting the good guys thrown in jail here.
Out of jail now?
And this is when it really hit me that the justice system has decided to protect these criminals. So now there's really only one way I can think of to get this family the money back that got stolen from them, which is a GoFundMe. Time to promote it, to start getting donations. We printed out the GoFundMe's picture to hang it up so we could get a nice Instagram video to post to social media. But before the group could even hang the picture up, the police came.
What you guys up to?
Bro, the fucking police department must be headquartered in Josh's house or something. Like, holy shit. He must have like an underground facility of just these clone troopers from the Utah Police Department. They are just spawn camping. They literally live in fucking Josh's house, I guess, just for the sole purpose of trying to arrest Ben and his team for trying to get justice.
We're starting a GoFundMe.
Yeah.
What we're doing is we're going to get a bunch of publicity to get basically all this money back for this family.
Into some defamation stuff.
Again, the police were thinking of any technicality they could think of to protect their Mormon friend.
Look at your stalking code. See if it's that. If it's not, we're going to look at disorderly. If it's not disorderly, then we're going to look at the city ordinance.
But after going through every law they could think of, it turns out that hanging this sign on a fence and then taking a picture of it for Instagram is not illegal. In fact, what the group is doing is actually protected under the First Amendment, freedom of speech. So one of the police officers let the group know that they were okay to keep doing this.
Right now, I don't think you guys break the law.
But this other police officer wasn't able to accept this reality.
We're going to take it down.
I love that. One officer's like, all right, so you guys aren't breaking the law, and the other guy's like, dagnabbit, and takes it down and throws it in the cruiser. So you can see them literally salivating and trying to really grasp at straws for any possible way of perverting the law to suit their puppet master's instructions, allegedly, to have them arrested. So they are doing everything they can to find some way, some excuse to arrest them, even though what they're doing isn't illegal. And the officers even said that on his body cam, by the way.
I can actually hear what they're saying here.
He sees it or give back? Is it an occasional crime? Is it disorderly conduct? Why? Is he upset about it? I mean, I guess, but that's not.
Yeah, this police officer is right. Just because this might make Josh upset does not make this poster illegal. So I decided to let the police department know that some of the redactions they made aren't exactly what they're claiming they are.
Redaction was.
Okay, well, that didn't happen.
That definitely didn't happen?
No, I don't do that, Ben. I follow the Utah State Code, like I just said.
Right here, the police are actually admitting to themselves that none of this is illegal, but they're still going to try to arrest us anyways. It seems like the only reason they're getting rid of this audio is to protect the police officers from getting fired. I don't know what the police officers are saying in this next clip, but I'm pretty sure they're scheming up a way to get the group arrested, because this is what happens next.
And Lieutenant Adamson can correct me if I'm wrong, but we're going to seize your phone right now.
Don't. Do not do that. You understand me? Right now, you're attempting to destroy evidence. Okay? Put your hands behind your back.
So Ben was able to sync up some of the redactions here and actually find some of what they were saying, and it does appear that they are saying, like, yeah, not really a crime, but then they still do find a way to weasel out some kind of excuse for an arrest, and that's exactly what they do. So, and he also reports it, by the way, in the
Here's
way
how
he
to
says,
make these.
That didn't happen. Nope, we don't do that, Ben. I don't do that. Didn't happen. Even though you can watch and hear it, but whatever, I guess. So yeah, now they start arresting him, and as he's giving him his phone, he goes to lock it, and Officer Goofball here, in his tactical glasses, hits him with a, don't do that. I thought he was about to draw his weapon on him. All because the guy had the gall to try and lock his phone. Which is like a normal habit, by the way. Anytime I see my phone's unlocked, I lock it too. Every human being on the planet does. So just going to lock his phone, super normal. That's not destroying evidence. Also, they don't have any legal ground to stand on for how that could be destroying evidence. They don't even have a warrant to search it or anything. So he did nothing wrong, but the officer instantly springs into like combat mode there over it.
I was just locking my phone.
Okay, I'm going to switch over to the police officer's body cam POV so we can dissect what just happened. First, the police officer asks if he can confiscate Sheldon's phone, so Sheldon says, okay, and reaches in his pocket to give it to him. But at this point, Sheldon sees that his phone is unlocked, and at this moment, he decided that before giving it to the police officer, he was going to lock his phone, which is totally legal. There's no search warrant, so Sheldon is legally allowed to lock his phone. But as the police officer saw Sheldon's thumb moving towards that lock button, he snatched it out of his hands. And now the police officer's claiming that because he tried to lock his phone, he's destroying evidence.
Silence.
Yeah, I was giving it to you.
Stop talking.
I was
Stop
giving
talking,
it to you.
Okay?
Let him have the phone. I wasn't trying to delete anything. In fact, it is actually impossible to delete something from an iPhone from a locked screen by hitting the power button. So in no context could I have been trying to erase something by hitting one button on my phone. Now I'm sure you have a phone as well. When you hit the power button, that doesn't delete anything, does it?
I imagine it wouldn't, yeah.
Yeah, so that's all I did.
Another arrest in the books for these fucking corrupt weenies over there. This is outrageous. So now he has to defend himself about, like, the claims of destroying or obstructing evidence for locking his phone, which, again, everyone does that, and he's legally within his right to do so. They don't have a search warrant for it. But they're trying to bully him. They're trying to scare him. That has been their tactics this entire time. But they don't have anything on him, yet here he is, arrested for nothing. Even though, on body cam, we can even see them say, not really breaking any laws. So why is he here? Food for thought. That's a little interesting, huh?
I literally couldn't have imagined a worse ending for this video. But I had no clue that it was about to get way worse.
American Park Police Department, make yourself known.
Search warrant. Stand up. Step outside, everybody. Come on.
No. Don't move like that. You understand me? Don't move like that. Okay?
Yeah, this cop pulled my arm so far back, it dislocated my shoulder. He claims it's because I was attempting to make an escape or something.
Don't move like that. You understand me? Don't move like that.
Don't move quick. Everybody just chill.
But if we go back a little bit, you can see I was being completely still when he grabbed me, and I actually made 0 quick movements. So this police officer is just straight up lying so he can give me a serious injury.
Included in the warrant are Legos.
And this is where it really, really, really gets unhinged. They come in with the guns drawn on the house. They fucking raid it based on a complete bogus search warrant where now the Bricks and Minifigs guys are trying to claim, oh, Ben stole the Legos. And the judge signed off on this search warrant here. So now they go and they arrest everyone in that house. And Ben in particular, they rough up. They dislocate his shoulder and claim that he was threatening to run, that he was giving them an indication he was about to flee. But the body cam betrays that lie because you can see he's not. He's just standing there and they just wanted to fuck him up because they could. This is so ridiculous. This should be huge outrage across Utah. Like, this is your law enforcement doing this, by the way. And these are your tax dollars being used to do shit like this. Being misused by people like the Bricks and Minifigs goobers like Josh and Brandon. You should be upset. Anyone should see this and be extremely concerned and alarmed. Again, every officer that we're seeing here should 100% lose their jobs for this. It is corruption in broad daylight. This is just bare naked corruption. There are corporate ghouls that are weaponizing your local law enforcement for their own personal gain. They are using it as their own tool to turn it against you, the civilians. They're using it against Ben and his friends because they are hurting their feelings and exposing their very shady, very immoral actions based on all available evidence, and they don't like that. So now they are just completely shitting all over their rights as American citizens, the First Amendment most notably. It should concern you. If there is a level of wealth that can be accumulated by people like Josh and Brandon that can let them just tap into the police resources and use it against individuals they don't like, that should keep you up at night and have you concerned. That is a huge fucking problem, because that seems to be what's going on here based on all the evidence I'm seeing. Ben and his team had followed the law to a T. Yes, they got a little wacky with some of the ways they went about it, but there's nothing wrong with doing that. Again, that's protected. They did everything lawfully based on everything I can see here, and every step of the way, the police department was working to impede them in that journey for justice. It's fucking scary.
Yes. The police department got an official warrant to search our house for stolen Legos. I should have seen this coming. Josh did threaten me in the last video that if I go out and actually try to sue him, he's gonna come out and say that I'm the one that stole the Legos.
Okay, let's do it.
Fuck you, man. You stole them, bitch.
I stole the Legos?
Yeah, you're a fucking thief.
Dang.
Okay?
Okay.
You can shut the fuck up. That's your fucking choice.
Again, there's recorded evidence that this is also false. Josh even made that threat in the previous video. If you come after me, I'll tell them you stole the Legos, bitch. Why is Josh not in handcuffs? This is clearly fraudulent. He is wasting police resources. Why is Josh immune to it? Very odd. Isn't that strange?
I got taken to an interrogation room so they could find some reason to lock me up for good.
Ben, I'm Detective Nikosha.
Last time, I was able to get released on bail. But this time, they're requesting that I be held in jail a month until my court date. But there's honestly nothing for me to hide, so I went through the entire story with them to show the detective that this whole thing is just a big misunderstanding.
This is where my heart broke for Ben. So, they already got him on some bullshit before he was out on bail. They got him again now on more bullshit, extreme bullshit, and now they're looking to deny bail and hold him for a month. And Ben was under the belief that because he's done nothing wrong, the system will protect him, and that he shouldn't be afraid to tell officers the truth because the truth and the evidence is on his side. That's just not the reality. And that's not even exclusive to the Utah Police Department. One of the most important pieces of advice experts give, and this actually includes some police officers as well, is do not talk to the police without a lawyer present. Let the lawyer be the one to mediate and talk with the police for you. Because in a situation like this, the police are not there to help you. They're there to fuck you. They are looking for, in Ben's case here, an excuse to hold him for that month. And Ben, knowing that he's done nothing wrong and can prove that everything he's done is legal by the book and lawful, was under the belief that, well, I've got nothing to hide. I'll go ahead and tell them everything. So that way, they'll be on my side. But that was just never in the cards. So when he started talking to them without a lawyer there, he did unfortunately give them a little ammunition that they could use to hold him for that month. He mentioned the GoFundMe.
Video.
For a family if they got all their stuff stolen. I should be risking nothing by admitting this.
Basically, the police told me, do not take this man to court, or else you'll get arrested. And so I was like, just thinking, and we're like, let's do a GoFundMe, you know? And that was their solution.
But I was wrong.
We're going to book you back into the jail, okay? The creation of the GoFundMe, right? We're blasting this person all over saying, hey, he's...
So creating the GoFundMe was illegal?
When I asked the detective how creating a GoFundMe was probable cause to send me to jail, this was his response.
A lot of this stuff you may have to just get an attorney and fight it in the criminal side of court, right?
Okay, should I go back?
Yeah, go ahead and stand up. I got an officer right here that's he has cuffs for you.
Yeah, it's that stupid. So they were very interested in the GoFundMe angle. They found some way of making that a big piece of this. So they interviewed the other people that they arrested here from Ben's team, and they were pretty focused on the GoFundMe stuff. So when Ben mentioned the GoFundMe, the officer probably had a huge fucking smile on his face and a wet spot in his trousers, because now somehow they're able to use that to justify holding Ben for a month in jail. It's fucking scary. That's frightening, man.
Completely blind to what I'm even being charged for. The worst part is that the police officers took away my bail, so now I have to wait a month in jail. However, I ended up getting extremely lucky. When a judge ended up reviewing this arrest, they thought the whole thing was so stupid and ended up releasing me on bail. So now, at least I'm a free man until my court case.
Ben got extremely lucky that a judge reviewed it and came to the rational conclusion that this is absurd, it's fucking preposterous, so he did get to get out and prepare for the upcoming lawsuit and his court date and all of that. But then he was informed that there is an arrest warrant out for him. So, according to Ben, and based on everything we've seen so far, it sounds like Bricks and Minifigs has once again cooked up more lies about Ben, about how he's this big threat. They even alluded to him being like a physical threat to the Bricks and Minifigs guys throughout this video. So he's this huge threat. He's out of control. He's on the loose. So now they have an arrest warrant out for him, which was actually signed off by a judge.
The only thing the police department could tell me is that I do have a warrant, but this time the judge approved it that I will have no bail. And I am now a physical threat to Josh, the person the police are protecting. So basically, at any moment now, I could be arrested without bail for some mystery crime. There really is only one thing that I can do now.
Well, I'm in Mexico now.
It's fucking lunacy, man. People that have like active stalkers that are literally a threat to their physical safety don't get this kind of treatment from the police. Like actual degenerate, deranged, delusional criminals that are actually threatening the safety of innocent people don't get treated like Ben has been by the authorities. So now he has an arrest warrant out, non-bailable. So in a panic, he goes to Mexico. I mean, I can't even blame him. I genuinely can't even blame him for that. It's a complete mystery crime. Again, what they're even pursuing against him. This is so absurd. Again, this all started over Legos, but this has really revealed that Bricks and Minifigs is just a completely rotten company filled with actual maniacs, like genuine menaces. These are psychopaths. They are trying to have been arrested, ruin his life, throw him in jail over nothing because he's trying to get an old man his extremely valuable Lego collection back that they don't even have the right to in the first place by their own admission, because according to them they don't do consignment, even though their contracts do say they do consignment. But regardless, if they don't do consignment, then they shouldn't have the inventory, thus they can't be selling the inventory because it would be stolen product. But they've already sold the inventory and they haven't paid for it. They haven't given Brian and his father what they're owed, and they're not giving the Legos back. Even though he keeps requesting the Legos back, they refuse. And he has gone through everything lawfully. He has done everything as the law allows and permits and actually instructs him to do. He's followed every police order to a T, and still his life is in jeopardy here at the hands of Bricks and Minifigs and this corrupt police department and these officers. It's fucking infuriating. This is a huge deal. Now, I don't see what the fuck was wrong with the GoFundMe. I don't see why that was an issue, and I guess it's still a mystery because they haven't really said, but I'll put a link to all of that in the description here, obviously. It is so unreal how deep this goes. Hats off to Ben and his team for continuing to fight for justice here against a corporation of this size and this level of maliciousness. Holy shit. Anyway, that's really about it. So yeah. Insomnia is beating my ass like it owes me money. Sandman must be too busy out there honking boobies to come pay old Charles a visit. He's a little too preoccupied, I suppose. I just can't get sleepy. It's alright. It is what it is. I don't hold a grudge about it. But what I did notice just a minute ago is that Matt sent me a message that I missed earlier today. So imagine my surprise when I took a peek there and noticed that I didn't respond to something because I didn't see it from him. It was this wacky little clip here that I actually kind of want to yap about. It's a stream clip from a streamer named Plaqueboy Max, who was out in public letting people know that they should vote for him at the Streamer Awards, and he happened to run into a former America's Next Top Model winner. I think they were a winner, I'm not entirely sure. I decided to look it up. The old curious cat over here, she did not win America's Next Top Model. As far as I can tell from researching it, she got third. Doesn't matter one way or the other. But what happened is, he ran into her on stream. It was a holly jolly good time. They were having fun back and forth for a little bit. And then she wanted to film an Instagram video showcasing him and telling her fans, like, you know, let's support him. And then while doing that, she asked if he's going to kiss her. And what happens next will shock you, like a fucking Darman video.
What's your name?
Should I put you on my stories right
yes,
now?
Yes, yes, you
Support
should.
your black business?
100%.
We're here with
Plaqueboy Max. Plaqueboy Max. Y'all know what time it is. All platforms.
all platforms. You
Make
gotta
sure y'all
support
vote.
him.
Oh, upside down. Make sure y'all vote. Vote. Exercise the right MLK fought for. Vote.
Period.
All platforms. Grammys and Streamer of the Year. Let's do it. Come on.
Okay, are you gonna give me a little smooch?
I can't do that. I can't do that. I can't do that. I can't. I'm sorry. I can't.
You know what?
I can't. Love though. I'm out. Oh my God. What the fuck?
He declined the kiss. He said, I don't see no mistletoe. No thank you, ma'am. And excused himself from the situation there.
Bro, how am I going up? Bro, it's actually auto, I don't even know. Yo, Evan and Oz, thank you for the Canadian. 3 countries starting with the letter J. I got you, bro. Alright, so we got Jordan. Yeah, that's it, bro. Oh, Japan. And, that's like, bro. Is there even 3? Bro, I was so nervous, bro. That fucking tacos click pattern was so ass. Okay, I should not have passed grief at all that attempt. Well, we died to the original 80%. Still have not died to the actual hard click of 80%. I mean, bro, like... What are you gonna do? Let's take a look, actually. Let's VOD review this real quick. There's definitely like a... Alright.
I heard a name today that I haven't heard in many moons. Had me feeling like Robin Williams when he crawled out of Jumanji asking what year it is. That name? James Charles.
I just got a DM on here from a girl that said, "Good morning, James. I know you'll probably never see this, but if you could just take 1 minute to read it, would really mean a lot to me. I'm really struggling right now because Spirit Airlines just filed for bankruptcy and I have lost my job. Here's a GoFundMe link. Any donations help." I'm sure they do, sweetheart. I'm sure they do. You know what else would help you? Getting another job.
What a yucky douchebag. This is like cartoon villain level evil monologue here. Oh, no money, huh? No money? Bang! Shrink ray! Now you're short too! Like that kind of thing. It's so over the top, stinking, oozing assholery. I cannot believe his delusional mind thought this was a good idea or like a strong look or a a worthwhile dunk to be punching down on someone who's already fallen on hard times after losing their job, and they reached out to you in this desperate situation because clearly they have an appreciation of you. So they threw the Hail Mary, seeing what happens. I doubt they were expecting this kind of response. Now, of course, there is always the chance that it is fraudulent. There are so many fake GoFundMes out there, so there's always a chance that all of it is fucking fiddlesticks. It could all be baloney. I have no way of knowing that. I only have James Charles fucking Gangnam styling on this person and insulting them for it to go on, which leads me to believe that it might be real, because if it was just fake, obviously just a sham, why would he even be bothering to crash out for over 2 minutes about it? So I'm going to work under the assumption that this is a real person that has reached out about it. You could have just not responded. Like, that was also an option. You didn't need to come over here and start, like, spitting and dunking on him. Like, how dare you even message me asking for help? Are you out of your fucking mind? I'm James Charles, goddammit. And is there anything ickier than someone that has a job like James Charles telling someone else to get a job, preaching that they need to get a job? Brother, this former Spirit Airlines worker is a 10 times harder worker and has done 10 times as much labor as you ever have in your life. James Charles' entire career has been just farting out dog shit products and posting cringe videos, and he couldn't even do that without also trying to sext minors. So how dare you try and tell an actual hardworking American to go get a job as if you've done anything worthwhile and you've done like actual work? You got the easiest fucking job in life. You got dealt a very lucky hand, bro. This is so tasteless. It's so crude. Coming from James Charles of all people. So you've never been in a desperate financial situation. Great. Group hug in the shower tonight, James. Glad you've never gone through a financial struggle. This person is. And they desperately tried to reach out to you, and there's no obligation for you to try and like save them or anything. Obviously, there's no expectation of that, but they tried anyway because they're feeling in a rough spot. So they tried, and now you're insulting them and publicly trying to humiliate them for it. It's just so gross, bro.
Yeah, try that. Because in the time that it took you to copy and paste the same fuck-ass message to myself, who you don't follow, by the way, and probably 100 other influencers and celebrities, you could have applied for 100 other jobs, but you didn't because you're a lazy piece of shit and you're entitled. And you think that influencers and celebrities should fund your life for you. Why would I ever help you?
There's no way the word entitled just left his lips. Right? No, I must have misheard that. There's no way he said that. James Charles did. He didn't use that word against somebody else, did he? It had to be an audio glitch. I'm gonna assume that there's no way his vocal folds would even let the word entitled leave his lips. Oh my god, the lack of self-awareness would probably cause his fucking head to combust. So I'm not even gonna bother touching on that one, holy. So let's instead look at the other stuff he said. He really highlighted that this person doesn't follow him. Who gives a fuck? There's plenty of people that I watch their stuff and engage in their content with without subscribing to them or following them on socials. That's pretty normal, actually. I don't know why he's like spiteful about that. So then he's using that to say like, oh, you must have sent this to like 100 other celebrities. Based on what, man? You're just making an assumption. You're just taking a guess. You don't know that. You could be the only person they reached out to about it because they really admired you and thought that maybe you could be that helping hand. Which again, there's no obligation for him to do, but why go this hard against them? This is fucking diabolical. And you have no idea if they've sent out job applications or not. Why are you speaking as though you're certain they haven't? They very well could have 100 job applications out there right now. The Spirit Airline layoffs are still pretty new. Getting a job right away is not like this, bro. I don't know how out of touch you are with reality and what's going on in the world around you. It doesn't happen lickety-split like that. So in the meantime, they are out income. And I imagine as a Spirit Airlines employee, they weren't rolling in dough, able to afford fucking mansions and stuff. They're probably wondering where next month's rent is going to come from in the meantime in between jobs. So they reached out to you in the interim. That would be my guess. You have no clue if they've sent out job applications. It takes a while.
You're not a fan. You don't even follow me. You've never supported me. This is your first time DMing. And you think that I'm going to send you money because you lost your job? Oh my God. Welcome to the real world, sweetheart. People lose their jobs every fucking day, and you're white, pretty, and able-bodied. that you're in a much better position than a lot of other people out here who are trying clearly much harder to make a better life for themselves. Why would I fucking help you?
What is Dr. Doofenshmirtz even crashing out about at this point? He's having a conniption, blowing a gasket. Over what? What are you even yapping about? You're not even making a point anymore. You're trying to tell someone else how the real world functions when you yourself haven't been a member of the real world in like a fucking decade. You are so detached from the real world, yet you're over here lecturing them about it? It's absurd, bro. You couldn't write someone this out of touch and this unlikable. He's like the Starbucks CEO about the $9 coffee and the premium experience, but wrapped up in like an insufferable asshole influencer.
Aside from that, 17,000 people lost their jobs at Spirit Airlines. Why do you think you need the GoFundMe? I can at least like 1% respect the mentality of closed mouths don't get fed, doesn't hurt to try. But honestly, it does hurt to try because now you pissed me off, okay? I'm not the one. Go find fucking Mr. Reese. This is literally his entire shtick. I'm sure the next YouTube video is literally gonna be like, I rehired all 17,000 of the Spirit Airlines employees and it's gonna be the real life Hunger Games. The last one of them to leave the Spirit Airlines plane gets to be the CEO of the new company and gets a house and a car and $10 million that everybody else dies.
Stop trying to make jokes. Like, actually, just please stop trying to make jokes, James. Put the kibosh on it right now. It's miserable listening to him try and inject humor into anything. Why did it piss you off? How does that piss you off? Yeah, 17,000 people lost their jobs here, man. That's 17,000 people that are now out income. I imagine a lot of them are feeling very similar ways to the person that reached out to you. This person just decided to try. They decided to throw a Hail Mary. Again, you could have just ignored it. Why did it piss you off? That's a fucking you problem, man. That is a weird response to it.
Like, go find that video to compete in, baby. I'm not helping you. I'm not fucking helping you. All you did was lost your job, okay? Welcome to the real world. I can at least understand if you were like, James, I'm a longtime fan. Here's a trillion years of DMs and my support for you. I love you. I'm suffering with a really rare genetic disease that there is no cure for, and I'm trying to raise money for myself and other people that have this. Maybe I would help. Maybe I would help because I love you and I appreciate you. This bitch, you lost your fucking job? What are we gonna do? Nothing! I'm gonna do nothing. You know what you need to do? Go find a fucking new one, girl. Put some effort into the workplace.
Hey, pal. You just blow in from Stupid Town? He really thought he cooked with this rant. So the impression here is that the only people in the world he cares about are people that, like, mindlessly support him through thick and thin forever. Here's a trillion DMs. Okay, now I care about you. So maybe if you had, like, a genetic disease where you were dying and you were about to just kick the bucket, I might consider spitting on you if you were on fire. I might, because you've proven that you're a fan. And those are the only people I care about. Those are the only human beings to me, are the fans. Then I would have cared. By the way, worth reminding you, there's nothing that says that she wasn't a fan, by the way, James, just because she didn't follow you or DM you before. What an awful perspective to have on people, huh? Again, you could have just not said anything about it, but you decided to make a whole show. You decided to go fucking hog wild on it. And man, do you look like a clown talking about hard work in the real world, two things that you are not someone to be lecturing anyone on. You don't work hard, and you are not in the real world. And that's one of, like, the biggest things, like, points he tries to make here. Get real. This person is just in a desperate spot, as a lot of people are and have been. And in those positions, sometimes people try a Hail Mary. That's what they did here. It clearly didn't resonate with you in any way, and for some reason really brought the demon out of you, James, for some reason. But I don't think they did anything wrong. Again, you could have just not said anything about it. And you have no idea if they are applying for jobs. It rarely happens overnight, especially currently. So in the meantime, having no income is scary and detrimental to actual working people, James. Most average workers can't just coast off of poop they shat out years ago like you can, just collecting paychecks off of the trash that you've peddled over the years passively. So, in the meantime, they made this GoFundMe, they reached out to you, and then you had this ballistic response to it. And James did get dunked on for it, so he made an apology video.
This video was fucking stupid. It was rude, it was obnoxious, it was privileged, and most importantly, it was completely fucking unnecessary. When I saw that DM, I absolutely had the choice to ignore it and say absolutely nothing at all and move on with my day. But instead, I couldn't even tell you why. Her message just triggered me, and I decided instead to make a video about it.
Put a shirt on. You don't need to get into formal attire, not asking you to put a suit and tie on, but could you do the bare minimum of at least putting on clothes? Why are you filming this video half awake in your hotel bed after a night of binge drinking and meth smoking? Like, you couldn't just do at least a tad bit more? Why do I have to watch you shirtless here fucking like sleepwalk through your response?
And I bashed her, and it was obnoxious, and I shamed her for asking for help in a situation where she was clearly really struggling, and this could have been her absolute last resort. I have no idea what was going on in her life, and I should have never assumed that she was just copying and pasting this DM as an easy way out. I don't know. I just don't know.
Ooh, I know. Pick me. I've got my hand raised. I know. It's because you are an egomaniac. It's because you are a self-centered, self-absorbed, narcissistic piece of shit, bro. That's why you did it. You thought that you were above this person, and you thought you could actually convince your audience that what they are doing is wrong and worthy of being shamed, and you tried to even spin it in a way like hard work, when you yourself are not the product of hard work. So you tried to puff out your chest about how much it takes to get back out there with the elbow grease, pulling yourself up by your bootstraps, but the message falls flat because you, the messenger, are not that person. And you're also choosing someone who is going through a very real grievance, again, assuming all of this is a legitimate story and a legitimate person, which I have no reason to believe it's not, based on everything he's said. So, really, it was all a pile of dog shit, and you let your mask slip so people get to see even more about the real you, James. This is the real you.
My intention behind making this video in the first place was, I get a lot of messages like this every single day. And for me personally, it definitely sucks to receive messages from people that don't follow you and don't support you, treating you like our personal ATM or bank account. But what I'm sure sucks even fucking more is not knowing where your next paycheck is coming from and not being sure whether or not you're going to be able to put food on the table for yourself and your family. So it really doesn't matter what my intentions were behind making the video, because it came across as super fucking privileged and like I was basically shaming anybody that's unemployed for not trying hard enough to get a job. And I feel awful because that wasn't my intention, and it really hurt a lot of people.
This is coming across very genuine here, James, as he's falling into slumber here. It feels like I'm watching a video of someone ODing. Why did you even film it like this, man? And also, I don't understand why it even upset him in the first place, and why he says it sucks that people, treat me like an ATM. I get these random messages from people that obviously don't know anything about me and are just trying to hose me for cash. Like, yeah, that happens. That's annoying if you see it, but I guarantee most of the messages go to his management. I guarantee James doesn't see the vast majority of those, like, fake, reaching out for money type things. It's not like a telemarketer call. Telemarketers get a direct line to you, they call you, then they treat you like a little piggy bank for their trash product, and you know what happens there? You hang up. Here, these messages go into the fucking void. You'd have to go out of your way to find these, like, spam, scam, like, fraudulent things. Like, I don't understand why he's making it seem like, oh, it's so hard being me, James Charles, where people reach out and they don't even care because they're asking me for money. Again, I don't think you see most of them, and the ones you do see, just ignore. Like, it takes, like, actual split seconds. If he was making a point like, friends and family are always reaching out to me just for cash, they treat me like I'm not even a human anymore, I'm just a cash ATM for them, then I'd get it, because, yeah, that sucks, that's horrible. That's not what he's saying. It's so weird, like his view on it, at least to me, I think it's weird. I'll sum up the next section where he tries to, like, relate to the average worker, saying that he knows how hard it is in today's job market. I know people looking for a job and it sucks, getting ghosted and stuff like that. So now he's saying, like, oh, I get it, it's super, I relate. That's now his big thing that he's saying in this section. And then he goes on to talk about how he recognizes that he got really lucky with his makeup tutorials, so now he's got the position he's in, and now in his position he needs to learn how to humble himself.
And for anybody that saw that video and was disappointed or upset with what I said, I am super sorry, especially to the woman from Spirit Airlines. I did try to look for her message earlier before making this video, and I couldn't find it. If you see this video and you want to get in touch, I would love to apologize to you directly and to help you out a little bit. But if you are not comfortable with that, I totally understand too. I really appreciate anybody that sent me a message or left a comment about this video today, letting me know how insensitive it was. I really needed to hear that.
I was giggling so hard. He's going on like, okay, I really want to help now. I tried to find her message, but I fucking banished to the Shadow Realm somewhere along the way. I really want to help. I've learned my lesson. And then there's a cut, and then he's got the blanket pulled over him. He's tucking himself into bed. Why? It's so fake. It's so unbelievably fake.
And I really need to think twice before I hit record and just start yapping on this account. I genuinely treat this spam page like I'm on FaceTime with you guys. I love to laugh and tell you stories and rant and scream at the camera and joke around with y'all, but sometimes I genuinely forget how many people are watching, and it was completely inappropriate to make a joke out of somebody just trying to provide for themselves and their family. That's definitely my bad.
What joke did you make, man? It was just insulting them. It was just berating them for having the gall to try and reach out to you in any capacity during a hard time. Where was the haha? I don't know why he's saying it like that. Like, I just, I love to rant, I love to yap, I love to laugh, I love to joke, and well, I just forgot that so many people like me and watch me, and this one came across bad. I shouldn't have been joking about this one. But you weren't joking, you were just insulting this person. What are you talking about? And it wouldn't have changed even if you had like a fraction of the people watching. You'd still be an asshole. Yeah, it'd still be fucking weird to have that response to it. So yeah, that's the James Charles stuff going on in a nutshell. I haven't heard that name in a long time, and it popped up today, and I had to watch that. What a wacky fucking rant. Anyway, that's really about it. See ya.
Cuộc sống cũng giống như một trò chơi và chúng ta chỉ là những NPC trong cái map mà ông trời tạo ra, bởi vì tôi thề chúng ta phải hứng chịu trọn vẹn nguyên bộ combo bão lũ thiên tai như thể miền Bắc là cái phòng tập để mẹ thiên nhiên có thể spam chiêu thức ở trong đó. Nó tệ đến cái mức mà khiến cho tôi phải chuyển con mẹ nó nơi ở luôn, bởi vì như các bạn đã biết thì ngập lụt sẽ khiến cho bọn côn trùng sinh vật ở dưới cống phải bò lên trên và vào nhà của mình ấy. Và web có thể nói là nhà cũ của tôi đã có những vị khách không mời mà tới. Nhưng mà dù sao thì tôi cũng mong mọi người có thể đảm bảo an toàn cho chính cái mạng của bản thân mình ở trong cái tình cảnh như này, bởi vì số người thiệt mạng do cái cơn bão này không phải là một trò đùa. Và nhắc tới việc là cuộc sống không giống một trò chơi thì chủ đề ngày hôm nay tôi muốn nói tới chính là cái vụ việc mà có lẽ sẽ khiến cho hơn 50.000 tài khoản Free Fire phải dừng hoạt động trong khoảng thời gian sắp tới. Đó chính là vụ việc Lê Sĩ Tùng sát hại người khác để thực hiện nhiệm vụ trong game. Yes, các bạn đang nghe không hề nhầm đâu. Từ trước tới giờ căng lắm trong lịch sử Việt Nam chúng ta sẽ chỉ có nghiện game nên là phải đi xiên người khác để mà lấy tiền nạp vào game. Chứ chưa bao giờ từng có thằng nào nó ngáo tới cái mức mà đi xiên người chỉ để làm cái nhiệm vụ được giao ở trong game. Cái điều đáng nói là đối tượng này còn là đối tượng đam mê xe phân khối lớn và đam mê đi du lịch. Vậy mà chả hiểu tại sao anh bạn lại có quyết định có một pha đi vào lòng đất như vậy. Có lẽ là do anh ấy đã cùng con xe của mình đi du lịch hết tất cả những nơi cần đi, chỉ còn mỗi đi tù là chưa trải nghiệm nên là anh ta quyết định keep it a try, you know. Cụ thể hơn nữa thì Lê Sĩ Tùng vào ngày mùng 2 tháng 10 đã chuẩn bị súng Ranger có báng dài, dao, máy cắt sắt, tóc giả, găng tay và một số vận dụng khác rồi đón xe khách từ Lâm Đồng về thành phố Hồ Chí Minh. Sau đó tiếp tục di chuyển qua các phương tiện khác về Đồng Nai. Ở đây anh ta đã đến nhà của một nạn nhân và dùng súng sát hại 3 người trong nhà, rồi phá két sắt lấy đi 50 triệu và bỏ trốn. Đến 3 ngày sau thì các cán bộ và công an đã bắt được đối tượng để lấy lời khai, và cái điều đáng nói nhất ở đây là trong video lấy lời khai các bạn sẽ thấy Tùng rất là thản nhiên khai nhận và cười nói về hành vi của mình như thể là anh ta vừa thực sự hoàn thành được cái nhiệm vụ gì đó. Chỉ tiếc là phần thưởng của anh ấy sẽ không phải là mô hình Gundam mà sẽ là tử hình.
Thì đeo súng, đeo dùng tay mà nó súng đây. Đây là pháo khói, dao đen, bắn súng, ốc chữ nòng, thanh súng, nòng súng, giảm thanh, bộ quy, tay da, rồi băng đạn, một chát, rồi cái đồ súng khói là cái bao.
Dạ em anh.
Thấy được chưa?
Đúng rồi. Tại sao tung tại sao không kịp vào đạn?
Đây, đây, cái núi vải nhưng mà hướng vào đàn nè.
Cái túi này à? Túi này nó hướng vào đàn.
Để ôm vào cái chỗ quy lên để nó đặt văng ra cái kiểu mà. Cái khó khăn điều tra.
Gây khó khăn điều tra thấy đủ nhớ thử hay tập.
Như các bạn có thể thấy là anh bạn như thể vừa bước ra từ round eco và có cho mình full buy với cả flash và smoke đầy đủ để anh ta có thể line up công sai đặt bom hay gì đó. Tới đây thì chúng ta có lẽ cũng có thể ngờ ngợ đoán ra được cái tựa game mà anh ta nghiện là gì. Nhìn vào cái cách mà anh ta setup thì tôi đoán có lẽ đó sẽ là Candy Crush Saga. Tuy nhiên thì các nhà phát hành game vẫn đang tim đập chân run chờ đợi Tùng nói ra câu trả lời. Cái nhiều người thắc mắc nhất đó là game nào đã khiến cho anh ta thành ra nông nỗi này. Cái Battle Pass nào có thể chi phối con người đến mức đó. Bởi vì đến chính bản thân tôi cũng từng bị Battle Pass của con Snowbreak chi phối cái ví tiền vô số lần. Và sau khi vụ việc xảy ra thì tất nhiên cộng đồng mạng đã có phản ứng rất là dữ dội. Đặc biệt là các bậc phụ huynh cha mẹ đều lo lắng rằng đây sẽ chính là tương lai của con mình. Dẫn tới một số comment default cụ thể như là nên cấm game tuyệt đối, không cho phát hành game trên mạng xã hội nữa. Vì nghiện game mà hại biết bao nhiêu người. Game không mang lại gì cho xã hội mà nó làm bao nhiêu thanh niên thiếu niên hư hỏng. Ẩn sâu trong con người ấy là loài quỷ dữ. Yêu cầu cơ quan dẹp tiệm game để con cháu lành mạnh. Website về lý thuyết thì phát ngôn cô ấy đúng với cả tên cô ấy phết. Tầm này nó mà khai là em chơi game Free Fire thì nói luôn khoảng 1 triệu trẻ em trên toàn Việt Nam sẽ bị phụ huynh tịch thu điện thoại ngay lập tức. Còn nếu nó khai thôi được rồi, anh em có thể tự đọc nốt cái dòng dưới. Và cuối cùng là cái sau đây thì đây là cái thông tin nghe kể thôi nhé, chứ cái này không phải là official hay chắc chắn gì cả. Là thủ phạm đầu tiên dự định là ăn 20 mạng thực hiện theo map ở trên bản đồ. What the fuck là bản đồ ở trên bản đồ á? Miền núi, trung du, đồng bằng vàng xóm. Sau đó sẽ hit người nhà, bắn 2 người ông và cháu ở cự ly 50m bằng súng thể thao trong vòng 2 giây. Ủa êm láp chắc phải gọi bằng cụ mất. Người vợ bị bắn 2 phát là do đối tượng cho ngáp ngáp giống game rồi mới bắn phát ăn huệ vào đầu. Thôi được rồi, ngáp ngáp giống game thì tôi cũng không hình dung được là cái game nào lại ngáp ngáp như vậy. Nhưng mà cái này thì nghe giống tôi vào mỗi sáng mới thức dậy vào Valorant warm up là cũng phải ngáp ngáp mấy phát để mà bắn được vào đầu. Tất nhiên là tất cả đúng trên cũng chỉ là qua lời khai của thủ phạm là anh ta làm nhiệm vụ game giao, chứ cũng phải có lý do hắn ta khai ra như thế là để một phần cũng là để cố giảm cái án tử hình xuống chung thân ấy. Bởi vì như các bạn đã biết thì pháp luật rất là nhân nhượng cho những ai bị bệnh tâm thần hoặc là có vấn đề về tâm lý. Nên là trong trường hợp của anh thanh niên này thì có khi nghe quả án tử hình thôi là đái mẹ ra máu rồi, ai cũng phải bịa bừa ra cái lý do nào đó. Nào là hoàn cảnh gia đình nghèo khó, nào là tôi bị điên, tôi hay ăn cứt thay cơm rồi tự đi ăn cứt để mà chứng minh, hoặc là tôi mới hôm nọ vừa giúp bà già qua đường hay con mẹ gì đó, I don't know. Tuy nhiên điên hay không thì nhìn qua các động thái gây án của hắn ta thì chúng ta cũng biết được là hắn không phải dạng người đơn giản. Trong khi bình thường thì mọi hung thủ khác là vô não cứ thế xông vào nhà là người ta gây án được rồi, thì Lê Sĩ Tùng của chúng ta là đầu tiên đã núp trong dãy núi gần đó để mà quan sát địa hình các thứ trước, tính toán đầy đủ công thức rồi mới dám viết ra kết quả. Là hắn ta còn tỉ mỉ tới cái mức là từng viên đạn bắn ra còn đút lại vào túi để mà gây khó khăn cho việc điều tra. Thậm chí là trong cả cái hàng nghìn ngôi nhà để mà cướp trộm ấy thì anh ta lại chọn đúng cái ngôi nhà lẻ loi nhất ở giữa một khu hầu như là không có nhà cửa nào cả. Nào rất là nhiều người có thể coi thường rằng là đây chỉ là một thằng nghiện game thôi mà, sao nó có thể khôn như thế được. Nhưng mà thực chất có khi chính là do nghiện game nên mới nghĩ được ra như thế này ấy. Và đừng có hiểu sai ý tôi ở đây nhé, tôi không ủng hộ cho việc nghiện game, ok?
So guys, I thought I would make a part 2 video following on from my video that I uploaded the other week about Roblox removing Game Pass sales from games, or cross-game Game Pass sales I should say. So all of you probably know what this means by now, but just very quickly to sum it up, this pretty much means if you create a Roblox Game Pass for one of your games and you want to sell it inside of a donation game to pretty much receive free Robux, well, it's no longer a thing. Roblox have scrapped that feature, and now unless you have Roblox Plus, you will not be able to donate or send Robux. On my previous video, I did get a lot of questions, so I'm just going to very briefly go over this. First question here from Max. Can't players just buy game passes directly from other players' games instead? Yes, you can, but the trouble is, donation games, like Please Donate, made that process very convenient and easy. I know it sounds kind of easy, just getting somebody to, donate by going over to your profile, but honestly guys, go and try it. Nobody's going to donate to you. If you start sending links of your Roblox game to people on Discord or, whatever social media you use, trying to get donations, it's not going to happen. It was good in Please Donate. It was convenient. It was easy. It worked well. People could get on donation leaderboards and customize their booths. There was things to do. Without a donation type game, it's just not going to happen. I mean, technically you can do it, but yeah, nobody's going to bother. The second question I got was, will this affect the 40% or maybe even 60% method? And the answer is not really, because the 40% method is of course accessories, not game passes. The only thing that will be cancelled cancelled is the 10% off all game passes method. Yeah, that will no longer work. It's going to be broken from today. Also, with the recent platform changes, apparently 40% method game.
Like if you had a team, a PR team to tell you. So this might be one of the most dumbest way to end your career or ruin your reputation because of just how purely avoidable this is. Emphasis on dumbest. It's not like the worst thing ever. There's a lot of people who do a bunch of dumb things, but this person in particular did one of the most basic things that you should not do. And it's honestly kind of funny because of how, like, if you had a team, a PR team to tell you what not to do, this guy just does it. So it starts off with this person by the name of Bacon's MM2 who posts murder mystery content. A lot of it, I don't really play murder mystery, so I don't watch a lot of this. But here's a video they made where they were basically fighting against, this person alone was basically 1v20, 1v5ing this entire team. They were teamers, and Bacon's MZ was kind of going crazy on these people despite going alone against an entire team. And this guy named, hold on, let me replay this. This guy did not take it well. This person in particular was fuming. Now, let me show the part where this Bacon's MZ owned the teamers, and then he did not take that lightly and started saying this. I don't have to say a lot, so by connecting the dots you can immediately tell, even though it's sped up and kind of difficult to understand what's happening. He starts saying poor. He keeps spamming the word poor. I'm not gonna count how many times. I'd assume maybe more than 10, which is probably pretty lame. Like, I'm being for real, just saying the same insult, even if it's not poor, just any insult, saying it more than 10 times is more annoying than the person you're trying to annoy. Could you imagine if you're just bad at a game and then you just start saying noob, 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 noob. You're not hurting anyone's feelings, you're just being a nuisance. I hate to break it to you. Now that's just the itty bitty part of this. It gets way worse. It somehow gets worse than this. This is just the starting dish. So this dude, so this dude in particular, he's not some random average Joe Schmo. You can see he has this green fire. Do you have any idea how expensive that is to buy naturally? You need to either A, make a game or make some sort of hat. There's no way nobody is gonna naturally buy Robux just to buy that hat in particular. You have to make that money, and this guy is apparently the owner of Murderers vs. Sheriffs. A pretty big game with 1 billion visits and 10,000 concurrent players. I think it's this one because there's a million different other Roblox versions of this. But I'm pretty sure it's MVS Duels Community and Murderers vs. Sheriffs with duels and these, what do you call these again? I forgot. Yeah, the guy who's basically angry at a random bacon goes poor is the creator of that game. Now let's kind of analyze this from a very interesting perspective. Let's go deep down into this. We can see that this person is wearing the very expensive items. Despite already wearing it and kind of showing off the wealth, they still somehow feel the insecurity of somebody having a better skill than them and just need to start spamming the word poor because I'm assuming that's the only advantage they have. It kind of shows how low some people are willing to go to kind of have leverage over someone else. I feel like that comes to show how bad of a person someone is at everything. Like, if they're not able to talk about anything else other than wealth, then that's the only thing. This guy is by far one of the most insecure people ever, but this is just phase 1, don't get me wrong. This is just the beginning, don't worry. So he starts going on as usual. Yep, there we go, poron. If you don't know what a poron is, I'm gonna assume, I also don't know, I didn't bother googling it, I'm gonna assume it's a combination between poor and moron. Again, no creative comebacks, just back to the wealth, just back to the smashing of someone else's financial state. Poron. I made a Roblox game, so I'm much more better than you. Poor. But you know, if that's where it ended, I honestly won't give this the dumbest way to end your reputation. I'd say this is pretty dumb, but not the worst. Because believe it or not, there's a follow-up to this. Now, this is where it gets unbelievably stupid. I don't even know how am I supposed to show this to you, or rather I can, but he basically says the slur. Yeah, you heard me right. In case you thought, it couldn't get any more lower than calling someone poor over and over for dying in a game that you're bad at with teamers. He goes to the slur level. Okay, so this is basically the part where I think is incredibly stupid, and I genuinely found myself like thinking for 10 minutes straight because of how purely dumb and low-key giggling at how stupid this is. Okay, and if you're... What was that? Now I looked at this clip and I was genuinely like thinking, really pondering, wearing my thinking cap trinket in Dandy's world and coming to questions. Why? Like, if you pay attention, I was looking around, it's not like he was arguing with anyone because the person who was doing this was on an alt account. So he goes ahead and plays this game, and for whatever reason with the e-girl, he randomly shouts out an n-word like he's popping an alt in Overwatch. Completely unprovoked. Like, I think that's so stupid. There's not even like any argument. Not saying it's justified, but that would give an explanation. Two different things. But there was none of that. There was no justification or explanation. So I'm just kind of confused. Why did bro just say it? Which is just like, I guess, bro, I mean, what can I say about this? I don't really have anything else to say. I feel like you can just kind of come up with your own opinion. And that wasn't even like the worst of it. Not only does he just randomly decide to pop in an all, but you can also hear the little gremlin next to him. And if what could have been so comedic about that single sentence that made you go giggling for what sounds like 1 minute straight? You know that one Wikipedia page that says a guy laughed to death because he saw a donkey eating figs? This person came close to that. And again, no justification, but no explanation either. Why are you laughing? It's like if I said the word headphones. Yeah, I said headphones. Now imagine everyone watching this video just starts giggling profusely until they're borderline dying. I really don't get it. It's just kind of stupid. It's just dumb. And you know what I think is the most dumbest thing? Again, it still gets worse, by the way, but one of the dumbest parts about this is that they're saying it on Roblox VC. Like, come on, bro. I mean, you shouldn't say it to begin with, but to me, it's kind of like... I feel like a good analogy of this is a robbery. Imagine a thief who just robs some guy for like $2 in like daylight without wearing a mask. It's bad enough that you're robbing, but the fact that you're doing it in the most dumbest way possible... for the dumbest reason without... No, this doesn't even have a reason. There's no reason behind any of this. Which is why I think it's the dumbest way to get cancelled. Oh, but you thought, no, this isn't the whole dish, by the way. We still got the dessert. It gets more dumber and worse than this. Somehow, I don't know how. It never ceased to amaze me how some people on the internet are still here, not saying anything bad or they should just disintegrate. I'm saying, how did you get this far? This brain, this is like 50 IQ behavior. How are you this far in life? Without seemingly having to be guided by a mature adult, how are you going this far? Now, it gets worse because we have the response. Yes, everybody loves the responses. So I actually saw the response about a few days ago, maybe 2, but the reason why I forgot posting about it is because I had to go to college and I saw the video while I was going to college. And only now I remembered it, but he basically removed the video, but there's 2 re-uploads of it. And the 2 uploads somehow make the stupidity in the previous videos I just showed you look smart. So here's the first re-upload of it. I don't really know if you can hear it because of how quiet the audio is, but I'm just gonna play a few seconds of it.
Particularly targeting anyone. This was all for the fun of it.
Okay, let's just pause that for a moment and let's put our thinking caps on. What do you think of this type of response? Now, I don't know about you or maybe how smart you are, but I feel like you don't have to be such a genius to kind of realize that if you're making a response, you don't want your e-kitten to be talking on behalf of yourself, which is why this might be one of the most dumbest Roblox responses to a drama I've ever seen. Because you can tell that, I'm gonna assume, I'm gonna go dive deep into the mind of Demise over here. He probably wanted to say it without saying it. He wanted his e-kitten or girlfriend or whoever this is to say it. But he also thought, okay, if she just says it without me being in the video, then there's no authority on this being behalf of myself. So I need to be present in the video so people know that I am speaking on this statement. This is me. But no, I don't want to say it. No, I don't want to say it. I want the e-kitten to say it, but I want her to have authority on this, so I'm gonna be in the video. Bro, but you know what, for the sake of brevity, let's just give him a pass on this and let's just say, okay, you know what, you did a dumb thing, you said a slur unprovoked, and your goblin friend over here started giggling as if she saw one of the most comedic things in her entire life, which is kind of miserable if that's the funniest thing. I've seen people try to actually defend it, yeah, and I'm gonna get into that later, but there were people trying to defend it, saying that it's dark humor. Bro, folk, son, this is not dark humor. This is the least funniest thing ever. I come from top 10 racist countries. I would know a thing or two about dark humor or racist jokes. This is not... like, there's nothing comedic about this. Again, that wouldn't give a justification, but at least some sort of explanation would be nice. Was he arguing with someone? No. Was it in a Discord call that was private? No. Was it in a private server? No. Like, what is this? This is one of the most funniest yet saddest things I've ever seen uploaded on Roblox, YouTube, TikTok. But no, you thought it ends there? You're wrong. There's even more. There's a second video he uploaded himself. He felt like, oh, you know, the hate is crazy. I gotta talk about this myself. And the response does not get any better. Let me just play this.
Situation. I'm assuming you've all seen the MM2 video on Bacon's MM2's TikTok regarding this. And I just want to come out and tell you the entire video was staged and scripted, because I was not expecting this much hate from the community.
That is by far one of the most interesting tactics I've ever seen any YouTuber, content creator, or game developer bring up in the midst of drama. Do you know why nobody ever says that? Why nobody ever says it's staged? It's because you need the cooperation of the person who uploaded it, you doofus. And yes, the person who uploaded the video, Bacon's MM2, did not even say it's edited. How did you not see this coming? This is by far one of the most dumbest things I've ever seen anyone say in response, after a response to something he did. What do you mean it's staged? Did you not think that through, that maybe, oh, the guy who recorded the video who exposed me, the Bacon's MM2, isn't gonna agree with me and say that it isn't staged? Did you not think about that? Ah yes, because a nice skit to stage would be just saying the slur in Roblox voice chat. Haha, we all have that skit, you know. You guys don't have that skit where you say a racial slur in Roblox voice chat and call it staged? I don't know about you, but we all have. Or at least Demise has, I don't know. And by the way, how did he not get banned? Because I say things like noob or silly and Roblox immediately smashes me with a gavel. They ban my account when they hear me say the most slightest thing that you can even say in Roblox chat. So I don't know why this guy gets some safety privilege. I think that's quite unfair.
Also, I want to add just a little thing. The apology video was a part of the script. Of course, she wanted me to upload that as well. Just
come on, man. Come on. Like, it's crazy. There's like things you do that sometimes if it's below IQ, people are gonna think it's dumb, it's bad, and they'll hate. Hated, but if it goes so below zero, like at that point, it's not even rage inducing, it's just more comedic. It's just funny because it's hilarious how you are. When I found out about this, I was giggling a bit on the train because I was thinking to myself, how? Like, what thought process did you go through before you came up with the idea to say, hey, I'm gonna make a response to me saying like a random slur on Roblox for unprovoked, again, no explanation. I'm still trying to understand that. I'm gonna do a response video, but I'm not gonna talk. Oh wait, no, now there's hate. Let me say it's staged. Yes, Roblox, David Bazuki, you need to take notes. When you see people hating you on your whole chat update, just say it's staged. Just say it was planned. It was not real. And by the way, I think this is the account. I could be wrong. It might be a different account. Actually, I don't even think this is the account. It has much less followers now. He deleted the videos. So much for being staged, I guess. Now, the video did mention how he is the developer of MVS, of Murderers versus Sheriffs. I don't know how true that is because I see this message from the team, blah blah blah. Our game and development team are not involved in that situation. I don't know if they're saying, hey, this is the wrong game, go find and harass another game. But I looked at the members and almost everything has a role, has somebody on that role except owner. So I think he left. I don't know if they exiled him and they had like a union to like, maybe they just killed it. I don't know what happened there, or maybe he willingly realized, oh, damn it, I made one of the worst responses ever. I'm gonna leave now. You know what? Goodbye, guys. Here's the crown. You can take it. I don't know what happened, basically, but I think it is that game. So yeah, in conclusion, this is by far one of the dumbest ways you can mess up you can get cancelled for. To summarize it, he was being a low standard douchebag, saying, oh, poor, the same insult over and over. And then he somehow makes it worse by saying a slur again. There's no
primarily American. Whenever we talk about TikTok, we're almost always reminded of flashy trends, duets, and seamless transition videos. But what many people don't realize is that not every creator on the platform is chasing trends or posting aesthetic edits. There's an entire side of TikTok built on animation, where creators like Nutshell Animations and Tootie McNudie rely purely on artistic skill, humor, and sharp storytelling to engage their audience. It's a space where creators don't show their faces, don't use their real voices, and yet still manage to build massive followings. This animation community thrives on creativity. Alone. No filters, no influencer persona, just content that resonates. But as you may have already guessed, that's not why we're here. Because over the past few weeks, one animator has managed to get on just about everyone's nerves, and in the process, turned herself into a walking meme. We're talking about none other than Luki, a Russian creator with a massive following, who has recently been exposed for using extremely racist language towards people of color. If that wasn't bad enough, instead of taking accountability, she followed it up with an apology so painfully out of touch that people began recreating it across social media. In fact, it was so bad that many started comparing it directly to Colleen Ballinger's infamous ukulele moment. So how did things spiral this badly? To understand that, we need to go back and look at how this all started. If you don't know who Luki is, she's an animator and digital artist on TikTok with nearly 784,000 followers, and a fairly recognizable name within the platform's animation community. Ever since joining TikTok in 2023, she has consistently produced content that manages to pull in massive engagement. In fact, not long after creating her account, her videos were already hitting millions of views, something most creators take years to achieve, if they ever do at all. Now, some people might argue that her content, or even her art style, isn't particularly impressive. Her videos often feature her real body, paired with an animated face, which, depending on the viewer, can come across as awkward, overly performative, or just not very polished. For some audiences, it feels a bit cringy, even immature, but clearly that hasn't stopped her growth. Here are a few of her most watched videos. Let's take a look at this. You might watch those and feel a little confused, or even have a, wait, what? Reaction. And honestly, that's fair. But despite that initial reaction, a large portion of her audience has consistently flooded her content with positive comments and encouragement. That support translated directly into numbers, with some of her videos reaching as high as 25 to 26 million views. And that level of visibility matters, because when someone with that kind of reach messes up, it doesn't stay quiet. Right now, everyone in the art community is talking about Luki. The first wave of controversy surrounding her began when some of her voice notes were leaked online. In these recordings, she could be heard speaking about British and Black people in a way that was, to put it lightly, deeply offensive. We're going to play parts of those voice notes, but it's important to note that they were originally recorded in Russian and later translated through subtitles for a wider, primarily American audience.
Меня иностранная комьюнити раздражает своей нелогичностью и упоротостью.
Блять, сколько же ёбаных аутистов, нахуй, в Murder Mystery 2, еще и англичане. Блять, да чтобы они все передохли, как мухи. Это пиздец, чтобы они все сдохли.
So, you see, Luki is blatantly racist. And in these voice notes, she didn't just target a single group. She expressed hostility toward nearly everyone who isn't Russian. That's problematic, to say the least. This is why many people began labeling her a xenophobe, a term used for individuals who display strong prejudice against foreigners, for, quite frankly, some very messed up reasons. Now, it's also important to mention that Luki is likely under the age of 17. So yes, she is a kid essentially. And while her age might earn her a bit of benefit of the doubt, it doesn't automatically absolve her of accountability, especially when she's consistently attracting millions of viewers on her platform. The next voice note we're about to play is even worse than the previous one. And this time, the target is, unfortunately, Black people.
И я говорю, а ты вот видишь лицо того парня в толстовке? Там стоит дальше парень, негр, в черной толстовке. И он так оборачивается и начинает ржать, потому что, видимо, не видит. И он начинает проходить, а так на меня смотрит, типа, черный юмор. И я начинаю ржать, потому что юмор реально черный. Вот, это такой угар, конечно.
This particular voice note was shared on a public Telegram channel and immediately sparked criticism. But what made things even worse was what people uncovered next. As more users started digging into her past, they realized this wasn't new behavior. Luki had previously created content and artwork that many also identified as racist. Not only that, there is an animation where she's standing with both arms stretched wide, holding what appears to be a swastika symbol. So on top of the incredibly racist rhetoric, people have also started speculating that she might be a Nazi. At one point, someone even shared an older drawing online, claiming Luki made it years ago. And as you can see, the character in that image bears an unsettling resemblance to a certain German dictator we all know all too well. Now, to be fair, Luki later clarified that this drawing was created as part of a school assignment. But given the context, especially her use of Nazi symbolism, many people aren't buying that explanation and remain convinced there's more to it. Unfortunately, the controversy doesn't stop there. Recently, Luki has also come under fire for back-to-back drama with another animator on TikTok. We're not going to dive too deep into the specifics of that feud because it's largely irrelevant to the bigger picture, but it is important to note how she handled it. At one point, people began accusing her of being transphobic. The situation started when she called out another animator for allegedly copying her content. In response, that creator escalated things, creating sexually suggestive animations involving Luki. And yes, that is genuinely disturbing, and it should be acknowledged as such. But Luki didn't exactly take the high road either. She responded by deliberately misgendering the creator, by saying that they are a woman, and that she does not give a F if she is a trans. And if that wasn't enough, she also went a step further, threatening to leak that person's passport information. While people are pissed about this whole scenario, we can't fully blame Luki here, considering that the other person basically sexually harassed a minor. And whoever they are clearly more in the wrong. But that's just one thing people are pissed about. Pretty recently, Luki posted an animated video in her tweening style that featured a young boy. And quite strangely, he appeared extremely young.
I'm not lost in the tidal wave, because 7 minutes in heaven is all that I need when I get wet. 7 minutes in heaven, over the end and I'm not a virgin.
The issue with this video was that the boy turned out to be 14 years old, making him more than 2 years younger than Luki herself, who is 17. This quickly sparked a debate in her comments, where some people pointed out how inappropriate it was for her to create a sexually suggestive video involving a 14-year-old, while others defended her, arguing that both of them are still underage. Some people also assumed that the boy might be her brother, which Luki later clarified was not the case. On top of all this, one of the biggest things that has irked people about her is her collaboration with another creator named Birdie, with whom she appears to be friends. Now, if you don't know who Birdie is, they are considered one of the biggest nuisances in the animation art community, known for being a zoophile, starting conflicts with other creators, being involved in repeated controversies, and claiming that they have evil autism.
Hi, my name is Jack, or Lucifer. My pronouns are he, it. I'm 19. I'm A-raced and gay, ooh la la. My favorite colors are red, black, and yellow. I'm a demon kitty. I love rainbows and tacos and cats and randomness. I love scene and decora K and emo, but that's pretty obvious, isn't it? I have evil autism. I love
Luki, collaborating with Birdie, definitely did not go unnoticed. However, some people online have suggested that the collaboration was fake and that Luki might not even know Birdie personally or be aware of their long list of controversies. While that may be true, and there is a possibility that this particular allegation is baseless, there are far more serious issues like her blatant racism that she needs to be held accountable for. She is a notable creator with fans all across the world. Her YouTube following, for instance, comes from multiple regions. So she definitely owed her audience an apology after those voice notes were posted to Telegram and went viral. But instead of an apology, what people got was deflection and victim playing. One of the first videos she posted in response to the rising criticism was this one. Calling herself problematic is a classic way of avoiding accountability and playing the victim card. Instead of owning up to what she said, she leans into the label in a way that invites sympathy. In the description of the video, she also wrote, "Problematic. I've already come to terms with the fact that I'm problematic, but that won't stop me from filming. I've always been hated for something, even when there was no reason to be. Well, this time, there is a very valid reason. The way this artist is trying to guilt-trip the audience is honestly mind-blowing. And this wasn't the only time she did it. Not long after this video, she posted this to her story, writing, "Why is everyone talking about public apologies? Will my apology change anything? I am not against apologizing, but I think it will only bring more hate, so I did not make a video about it. And besides, I don't think anyone will forgive me. To be honest, there is a possibility that people might not accept your apology. But if you are genuinely trying to do better, you apologize to take accountability for your actions. You do it even if the other person isn't ready to forgive you. Apologizing is an essential part of growth and doing better moving forward." But right now, it doesn't seem like Luki is ready to take that accountability. Because after facing criticism for refusing to apologize, she ended up posting a public apology so bizarre that it instantly went viral. Here is her now iconic apology video that has been circulating all over social media. If that wasn't strange enough, she turned off the comments on the video and even wrote in the description that she made the apology as a meme so that more people would see it. An apology as a meme? Brilliant thinking. Except it didn't quite land the way she expected. Instead of sympathy, the audience found it absurd. People were so amused by this masterpiece that they started recreating it across platforms, turning it into a widespread joke rather than the redemption she was aiming for. There were tons of remakes on TikTok just to make fun of her nonsense idea. Since the comments were turned off on her video, People started reposting her absurd apology everywhere, often with harsh captions. Within a matter of days, her bizarre apology turned her into a full-blown meme within the art community. Now, here's the thing at this point. She clearly realized that she had messed up badly. So, sometime later, she decided to come forward with a more proper apology. While we wouldn't say it was perfect, it was still far better than her previous attempt. In her most recent apology post, she wrote, "I would like to apologize to everyone again. I am sorry you misunderstood my previous apology video. I made it as a meme, just so more people could see my changes. But for some reason, most people took it as a joke." Well, didn't you just say that you made your apology as a meme? And now you're confused that people took it as a joke? How else were people supposed to react to an apology that was literally presented as a meme? She admits to making it a joke and then seems surprised that people laughed at it. She also further wrote, "Now I am making a full-fledged apology and analysis. I honestly did not know the situation was so serious, that so many people would hate me. I did not expect it and did not think it would go this far. Russian mentality is very different from that of other foreign countries. I did not know you were so strict even about the pronunciation of the N-word. I honestly did not know that, and I apologize for that. I did not expect so many people to wish me a fate that starts with the letter D and write other terrible, terrible things. For that, I truly apologize. I am not a RT. I am not a NT or any other terrible words. I have always treated everyone very well and loved everyone very much, regardless of their skin color and nationality. I also apologize specifically to the Americans. I explained on a Telegram channel that Americans refer to the English-speaking community in Russia. I agree it's bad, and I won't do it again. And I don't want Americans to hate me for it, because I have very good feelings for Americans, just like everyone else. Anyway, I hope this message helps, because I've seen thousands upon thousands of videos about how bad my apologies were. I apologize again. Forgive me if you can. You don't have to. I know that for some, I acted too badly." Now, to be fair, this apology does sound much better than the previous one, but it still has its issues. For example, she suggests that using racist language is somehow more acceptable in Russia, and that people outside are just more sensitive, which isn't really accurate. Even in Russia, if you're a public figure using offensive language, you will face criticism. So that explanation is pure bullshit. In the end, all we can say is that Luki is very young. While the backlash may have been overwhelming, it's also important that she's being held accountable. Because learning early on that racism and harmful behavior won't be tolerated is necessary, especially when you have a large platform. And also, apologizing through a meme, probably not the best idea. That's it for today. We'll see you in the next one. Don't forget to subscribe and hit the bell icon so you stay connected and get our latest updates. That's it for today.
Oh, jeez.
Some of his biggest videos, you know how some people will look you dead in the eye, wag their finger at you, tell you exactly why what you're doing is wrong, make a whole video about it, build a whole career off of it, and then you find out they have been doing the exact same thing the entire time? Yeah, that is this video. Junie Draws and Yummy Cactus spent over a year being the moral police of the art commentary community, calling out paraphilic content, Nazi imagery, creators taking advantage of younger fans, all of it, to tens of thousands of people. And then a document dropped, and everything changed. Because they did not just quietly do the exact same things they condemned, they did them repeatedly, from drawing their OCs in Nazi uniforms, to making art of Yummy's original character having sex with Junie's original character's decapitated head, making a friend who was 9 months clean from self-harm relapse in their own group chat, and so many more things that we are going to get into today. Plus, when all the evidence came out, they pointed at a 17-year-old and called him a groomer. And honestly, we are just getting started, because the full story of Junie Draws and Yummy Cactus is somehow even messier than all of that. So let's get into it. Junie Draws, born August 18th, 2009, was 16 years old when all of this went down. He is an art commentary YouTuber with around 32,000 subscribers, and his whole thing is calling people out. He covers drama in the art and animation community, makes expose videos,
does iceberg breakdowns on creators he thinks are problematic, and generally presents himself as the guy who does the homework. You know, the guy who doesn't let things slide and who holds the community accountable.
Hey guys, it's Junie, and this is what, like my 4th or 5th video touching on stuff in the Dandies World fandom? Oh jeez.
Some of his biggest videos are the Doma Iceberg, a Cinnamon Barf Expose, Pumpkin Gentleman, Psycho Cuties, and Charlie Xanax. And all of them have the same energy. It always goes like, here's this person, here's what they did, and here is why it's a problem, delivered in this very serious, very certain tone. The topics he keeps coming back to are pedophilic content in art, Nazi-adjacent character designs, and creators taking advantage of younger people in their community. Those are his lanes. And in those lanes, he is very confident and very black and white about it. There is not a lot of space for well maybe, or let's think about context when it's someone else on the table.
And it was their fault, or your ex's fault, or whatever. These are actively abusive behaviors.
On the other end, Yummy Cactus is 17 years old. He started as a pure art and animation channel before switching to commentary in April 2025. The lane he carved out was ideology in art. Specifically, he would look at someone's original character and break down whether the design was pulling from fascist symbols, whether the color palette was referencing something from a hate group, or whether there were extremist ideologies baked into how the character was written. He basically made himself the person in this community who could look at your OC and say, actually, that flag pattern has a history or whatever. And together, these two were a really recognizable pair in this space. They were actually a couple on top of being creative collaborators. And people bought it, genuinely, because the content backed it up. The research was there, the moral certainty was there, and every video they made reinforced the same idea, that these two people actually care about keeping this space safe and honest. But here's the thing about making yourself the moral voice of a community. You set a standard, and that standard applies to you too. That's just how it works. You cannot spend over a year telling people that private behavior is fair game, that being young is no excuse for bad choices, and that allegations should be treated as basically true, and then turn around and expect people to show you all the grace and nuance you never gave anyone else. So before we get into what actually happened behind the scenes, I want to go through 3 moments from their own content, because these 3 moments are the exact measuring stick we are going to use on them for the rest of this video, and I need you to keep them in the back of your head. First one is Jimbo Jimmy. Jimbo is a TikTok animator who got pretty popular in 2023 and 2024 doing Newground style animation content. In early 2025, a document dropped with some concerning allegations about him. It contained edgy comments he'd made, a photo he apparently took of a younger kid in a tutoring class, and some generally off-putting humor online. It was enough for the community to be alarmed, and Yummy made a video about it. Now, we cannot find this video on the internet anymore, but from what we know, Yummy was presenting every single allegation as an already confirmed fact. There are no allegedlys, no here's what he said in response, and no room for anything other than this person is a gamer. Anyways, here's where it gets complicated. Jimbo is 15 years old. He's a minor. And what's being documented as this alarming, damning evidence is a bunch of edgy jokes he made with his friends in private, and some off-putting online behavior from a teenager who clearly has some things to work through. Which, yes, is worth flagging, but that is not the same thing as what Yummy's video was implying, and he covered it like it was exactly the same thing. Jimbo Jimmy did eventually come out to address some of it though, and with that came very mixed reactions from the community. Some people were glad he apologized and took accountability for his actions, while some were like he was just trying to save face. So keep that energy locked in, because we are going to circle back to it when we talk about what Yummy was doing in private at 17 years old. I promise you the contrast is going to be a lot. For now though, let's get on to the next, which is Doma, also known as Whelp Go By and a bunch of other names, is 16 years old. She got popular through Dandies World animations on TikTok and YouTube. On October 5th, 2024, Junie uploaded a video called The Doma Iceberg Explained. It is a long video, very thorough, and basically a full case built against her online history.
Doma has also engaged in various jokes and remarks surrounding Nazism, saying things such as Hail Hitler, jokes about Nazi pride, remarks about Nazi NSFW, and making references to Nazism and Hitler in discussions surrounding characters from various games.
And look, some of what's in the DOMA document is genuinely concerning, and we shouldn't pretend it isn't. But the thing Junie's video just kind of glosses over is that most of what he's presenting, the bulk of the iceberg, happened when Doma was between 11 and 14 years old. There is no acknowledgement that an 11-year-old doing alarming things is a fundamentally different conversation than an adult doing those same things. He didn't ask whether a YouTube iceberg video is really the right response to a troubled kid. And this is the same Junie who is going to need people to show him a lot of grace and understanding for his own behavior at 16. When he was covering a 13-year-old though, he showed no grace.
Consistent statements regarding other disturbing topics such as necrophilia that are more than concerning.
And now to the third one, really quick. In a video called Does Problematic Equal Good Artist, Junie brings up a creator called Charlie Xanax. Charlie's whole situation basically comes down to the fact that he drew some art for himself, privately, as a coping mechanism. He never posted it, and he never intended for anyone to see it. It was just something he made for himself, and Junie still covered it. He still framed it as a character issue, and he still put it in his video as evidence of something wrong with this person.
To bring a more modern example, Charlie. When I first saw his animations on my For You page, I immediately knew something was up. Maybe that's just me. But this was way before his controversy started. But I feel you can always sort of tell when an artist is struggling or doing something shifty behind the scenes. Charlie has drawn and made jokes about some pretty disturbing things surrounding grape. He has since apologized, but it is not my place to tell you to accept this apology, as I personally do not, because he made his choice to make that stuff public rather than private and keep it to himself.
Now, let's talk about what was actually happening behind the scenes while all of this content was being made. I'm not going to retell the full Cupidite story here. That situation is big enough to deserve its own video. Plus, resources are in the description if you want the full picture now. But I do need to cover what happened here, because the Cupidite situation is where the cracks in Junie and Yummy's public image started showing, and because it's the situation that eventually led directly to the document that blew everything open. So, Cupidite, whose name is Daisy, is 17 years old. Yeah? He is actually 4 months younger than Yummy, just so the ages are clear. Now, after Yummy's Jimbo video dropped and got some backlash, Daisy left some critical comments under Junie and Yummy's community posts. They were mean and not particularly kind, but they were the kind of comment you see under any controversial video. Junie and Yummy were frustrated by it, which is understandable. Then, not long after that, some serious behind-the-scenes allegations started circulating about Cupidite. These were claims involving CSAM possession and online exploitation of minors, which is very heavy stuff. Yummy tried to handle it by reaching out to Daisy directly. However, something got miscommunicated in that conversation, and the result was a February 2025 video called Cupidite, What the Hell? In this video, Yummy took two completely separate situations and put them together into one narrative as if they were connected, even though they weren't. The damage from that was immediate. The inaccuracies made everyone look bad. The accusers, the accused, and the actual claims underneath it all. But even with people pointing out the problems in it, that video became the main thing the community was citing about Cupidite for around 6 months. Then in July 2025, the video got taken down. And for about 2 months after that, there was basically no public source anywhere backing up those serious allegations. Daisy eventually dropped his own response, went through everything point by point, and debunked the claims.
Hi, you may know me from both Junie and Yummy's videos or from my popular commentary in general.
So, the community, which had been loudly and aggressively against him for months, basically flipped overnight. People who had been sharing that Yummy video like it was gospel were suddenly on Daisy's side. Also, while clearing his name, Daisy put out a response document. In a section of that document titled Hypocrisy and Malice, which is a title that does exactly what it says, he linked to something, which is a document his inner circle had put together about Junie and Yummy. And that is where the story actually starts. The expose was put together mainly by two people, Dippy Stick and Mason, and also someone called Brandon in parts of the documentation, with contributions from a few others who were in this circle. And every single person involved in writing it is between 16 and 17 years old. The biggest age gap between any of them and Junie or Yummy is 1 year. Like, there are no adults here. So, what is actually in this document? I'm gonna go through the main categories because every single one of them maps directly onto something Junie and Yummy covered in their own videos about other people. And that parallel is the whole point, yeah? Starting with the art, because this is honestly where the hypocrisy is the most visible and the hardest to look away from. The document has a collage of artwork that Junie and Yummy made in their private spaces. I'm not going to go into explicit detail on it, but I will tell you what's being documented. The art includes their original characters, necrophilic scenarios. It shows characters drawn with Philia Pride flag color palettes, and then Yummy specifically made artwork referencing a real homicide case, the Miss Pac-Man case, as the basis for one of his OC drawings. These are multiple pieces with verifiable art styles and timestamps that place all of it during the same period they were uploading videos about why creators who make this kind of content are dangerous.
But I personally wouldn't be making any kind of file OCs or NSFW content relating to minors or their sonas, regardless of whether they are recolors or not.
So while he was saying that on camera, he was making this art in private. And no, it wasn't something they tried and immediately felt bad about. They did it repeatedly over time, with timestamps proving it. Next is the Nazi imagery, and this one has some layers to it. Yummy built his whole content identity around calling out fascist and Nazi adjacent stuff in art. That was his thing, his lane, and the thing that made people take him seriously in this space, as I've mentioned earlier. However, both he and Junie were drawing their original characters in Nazi uniforms multiple times, while actively making content about why that is one of the worst things a creator in this community can do. Moving on to the gore. This one is documented through messages and through independent testimony from multiple people who were there. The document has screenshots of Junie and Yummy actively talking about gore forums, watching war footage, and seeking out extreme violent content. And then there's a screenshot of them changing the name of their private group chat because directly from the document, they were worried it could damage their reputation. The original name of that group chat was Anonymous. They named it that themselves. They knew exactly what it looked like, and they changed it to protect their image, so they were aware enough of how bad it looked such that they renamed it. Just not aware enough or not willing enough to actually stop. Now let's talk about the self-harm part. This is the one I want to be careful with because it involves the most vulnerable person in this whole situation. Junie created a private group chat built around self-content. He set it up, he ran it, and he invited people into it. One of the people invited in was Mason. And when Mason was brought into this, he had been 9 months clean from self. He was actively in recovery from something that had almost sent him to a hospital. And multiple people confirmed that Junie and Yummy both knew this. You can see that Junie acknowledges in his own words that he knows encouraging self is bad and that he understands it's harmful. And then, in a separate message, he asks Mason to do a scar reveal anyway. He said both of those things. He knew and he asked anyway. Somehow, expectedly, Mason relapsed that same night in that group chat. Also, it's crazy that Junie and Yummy were friends with Cinnamon Barf before the video. They were friends with Doma before the iceberg. They were also friends with Cupidite before the allegations. I mean, getting close to people and then making content about them seems like a pattern they were aware of and apparently found entertaining. So no, this is not two teenagers who made some bad choices and didn't think about it. These are two calculative teenagers who knew exactly what they were doing, made a whole content brand out of the opposite of it, and found that funny. So all of that comes out. And Junie's response is not an apology or stepping back or not even a denial with actual evidence. It's a video called I Was by my best friend.
Hey, it's Junie, and this video has been extremely draining to make, and I want to apologize in advance if I sound sick or tired or just get stupid and emotional during this. These past few months of my life have been genuinely nothing but hell, and I've fallen into a small group of people who perpetuated disturbing behavior I was having and eventually used it against me after it happening for so long.
The person he's saying groomed him is Dippy Stick, a 17-year-old. That is 1 year older than Junie. We can all agree that rooming is a serious thing, and I'm not just going to dismiss it without looking. So let's actually go through what Junie says in this video, claim by claim, and hold it up against what the evidence shows. Claim 1 is that Dippy introduced them to all of this. Before Dippy, none of this behavior existed for Junie or Yummy.
I was 15 at the time when things started to become a very not okay situation. We were encouraged to talk about our kinks around Dippy and even answered extensive questions about our sex life that he would send us on VCs. Me and my boyfriend are both victims of and exploitation, and we had a lot of sexual trauma over this that we had voiced to Dippy. And in response, Dippy would encourage us to make jokes and tell him about our kinks and fetishes surrounding our sexual assault trauma.
But Mason's account adds another layer. Mason says August 13th was the first time he was ever exposed to this kind of content. Philia, self, and gore. There is also a documented list, a problematic content list the group had made, dated July 22nd. The group chat where Mason first actually met Junie and Yummy was created on July 27th, so that is 5 days later. This is to say Dippy and Mason did not bring any of this into their lives. They were already fully set up. So we can say claim 1 does not hold. Claim 2 is that Dippy sent them gore completely unprompted. They were uncomfortable with it and it was one-sided.
Graphically detailing to me what happened in the video. He told me it contained real. He sent me the link before sending me the forum site he used to find it. I was terrified and grossed out to look at any of the videos he had sent me, especially that one.
What Junie's video doesn't show, though, is the full conversation. In the complete version of those messages which Dippy provided, Junie is not uncomfortable at all. He's complaining that certain links are restricted and asking Dippy to find ones that aren't. He's talking about how excited Yummy is about it. He's asking Dippy whether he should share a specific piece of extreme content with one of their other friends. That is not someone uncomfortable and being pushed into something. That is someone who is actively engaged and asking for more. Dippy's own account of how this started is actually really simple. According to him, one of his servers got raided with gore links. Morbid curiosity got to him. He went down a rabbit hole and he messaged Junie about it while he was still in shock. Junie asked to see more, and from there it became something they all did together, with Junie and Yummy frequently being the ones directing what Dippy should pull up or stream for them. Claim 3 is a drawing game, where Dippy used a horror game challenge to force them into making content they didn't want to make.
And everything came to a head when we played this tally mark drawing game where we would play a horror game, and every 5 times we got scared we were giving a drawn punishment by the other person. And when we were coming up with prompt ideas, Dippy had come up with the idea to force Yummy to draw NSFW of me and him, and send it to him.
Okay, so to be fair to Junie here, he does provide some evidence for this one, and Dippy in his own document actually acknowledges that his prompts in that game were out of line. But here is what Junie leaves out. His own messages around that game show energy that doesn't match the discomfort he describes in the video at all. The prompts he and Yummy gave to Dippy were just as extreme by Dippy's account. And at the end of the day, this was a game they all voluntarily chose to play together. Plus, the answer to a prompt you don't want to do should have just been no. That's it. So we can say that this third claim is shaky at best. The fourth claim is that Dippy isolated them, created a power dynamic, and made it basically impossible for them to say no to anything. Now, the age gap between Junie and Dippy is 1 year, as we've mentioned over and over. Junie has 32,000 subscribers, and Dippy has none. So if there is a power dynamic anywhere in this situation, it is not pointing toward Dippy. It is pointing away from him. The person in this group who could make a video that reaches tens of thousands of people and permanently change how someone is perceived online is Junie, which is exactly what he ended up doing. Even Yumi mentioned to Mason that he has no power dynamic, when he is a fairly decent sized online influencer and has a fan base always backing him to defend him with their lives. Now, claim 5 is that Dippy leaked their personal information and explicit photos.
They leaked videos and photos of me myself, gave them my phone number, which they used to get my address, full name, and everything, and literally all of my information. They have also been talking now about how they have really explicit photos of me from when I was 15 and how they have it on Google Drives, and they even plan to call my mom and get me hospitalized for myself.
Zero evidence was provided for this one. The people being accused deny it. And based on everything that has been cross-referenced and documented, what seems to have happened is that Junie and Yummy were told this by a third party and chose to include it in the video without actually verifying whether it was true. The document actually addresses this directly. The writers are clear that they do not support Junie being doxxed, that nobody who worked on the document had anything to do with it, and that the specific claim about explicit photos being leaked has been confirmed as false by multiple people, including Friendly Fire. Now, before we move on from this video entirely, I want to talk about Yummy's segment in it, because I do think it deserves to be acknowledged on its own.
Hi there, it's me, Yummy, Junie's partner. I have some explaining to do myself, and I will be addressing everything I can. I apologize if I get emotional during any of my segment. I'll try to discuss everything I can handle. My friends who came to me and told me what I did was wrong, thank you so much. I love everyone who's holding me accountable, and I hold you all so dear to my heart, and I can't express this enough. You are all so strong.
The emotional part near the end, where Yummy is visibly upset and making admissions about his behavior, is honestly the only moment in this entire situation where either of them showed something that looked like genuine self-awareness. Then, he had something to say to Dippy, Mason, and Brandon.
And to Dippy, Brandon, and Mason, there is still a fragment of me that loves all of you. A part of me who remembers how things could have been. And we all agreed with each other that the environment we created for ourselves was a horrible echo chamber of self-destruction. We all agreed we were going to change and grow, and we all wanted to help each other. But it's clear that I guess I was lied to. And I do want to believe that you three stopped engaging in the gore and bigotry.
But here's the thing. Yummy was the worst offender of the two by a significant margin. The document makes that very clear. He was more deeply into this content, he pushed it harder onto the people around him. You cannot cry on camera after that comes out and have it count as accountability. Crying on camera is not the same thing as accountability. And the people he helped drag into this headspace are still dealing with the consequences of it while he was filming that segment. So beyond the main grooming claims, there is a whole other collection of evidence showing what kind of creators these two actually were behind the scenes on a practical, operational level. There is the Charlie Kirk assassination video. In the I Was Groomed video, Junie says that Dippy sent this footage to the group completely out of nowhere.
Dippy had sent me and Yummy the Charlie Kirk assassination video, and that was honestly the last straw for me.
However, the receipts show Yummy sending multiple messages to Dippy begging him to send it, back to back. He was literally writing, "Dippy, send it. Please, please, please," in multiple separate messages. There is also the commission situation. Yummy knew that Dippy came from a financially difficult background. That was not something Dippy kept private, and it had come up in conversation. Yummy used that knowledge to try to pressure Dippy into things. There are multiple documented instances of Junie explicitly asking Dippy to go into other creators' comment sections using alternate accounts and leave targeted harassment on his behalf, with money offered as an incentive. Dippy's financial situation was a lever that got pulled repeatedly and deliberately throughout this friendship. Also, during a separate piece of drama, Junie's OC ended up on the Annalbone straw page and the community noticed it. Junie panicked and asked Dippy to take the blame for putting it there. Dippy tried to help but said the wrong thing and it didn't land right. Junie's immediate response to that was to go through the entire chat conversation and purge it so nobody could screenshot what had been said. A conversation where he had directly asked someone else to take public blame for something he did was gone. More so, during the Cinnamon Barf drama, Junie told people he was in a psychiatric facility, but he was not. He asked Dippy in messages, which still exist with a date on them, to keep that lie going on his behalf so he did not have to deal with the community fallout from the drama. The date on those messages is January 2025. This was before Dippy was even really close to either of them. Quietly, this also kills the whole idea that Dippy had some long-running controlling presence in Junie's life from early on, because Junie was already running operations like this before Dippy was even in the picture properly. And then this last one. In the I Was video, Junie presents a website that Dippy shared with him as evidence of Dippy trying to get him to engage with harmful content. That website is called Fatal to the Flesh. It is an interactive art installation made by an artist named Raphael Rosendahl, whose work has been shown at MoMA, the Centre Pompidou, and the Los Angeles County Museum of Art. The way the website works is you open a blank white canvas, and when you move your cursor across it, it draws red lines on the screen that look like scratches. There is no gore, no explicit images, no self content, nothing like that. It is actually a well-documented tool that people who struggle with self sometimes use as an alternative outlet because it gives a similar sensation without any physical harm involved, and Junie put it in his video as evidence against Dippy. See, the power dynamic in this situation has always been obvious, and it has never once pointed toward Dippy. So after all of that, the logical thing to do would be to step back, right? Take some time offline, do the work quietly, let the situation settle. That would be the move. Nah. Yummy rebranded as Vito Gayman on Instagram. It was a completely different visual identity from his Yummy Cactus era. His existing audience recognized him right away because of course they did, as they knew exactly who this was. But for anyone coming across that account fresh with no context, they just see an animator. Meanwhile, Junie rebranded as Mary Berry Bow. But here is the choice he made with that, and it is a very specific choice. He still kept the same channel he had as Junie Draws, and every single old video is still there. The Doma Iceberg, the Cupidite video, the I Was video, and the Charlie Xanax coverage. All of it is sitting right there on the same channel page while he posts new content under a new name on the same account. It's business as usual, and the new content is commentary. This is the guy who, days after putting up a community post saying he was taking a break, uploaded a video called "Is This Dandy's World Artist Fatphobic? Really?" Which honestly tells you everything you need to know about where their heads are at, because every person in this situation is a minor, and I've said it multiple times throughout this video, and I mean it every single time. The role that bad environments, untreated mental health struggles, and toxic online spaces play in shaping how young people behave is real. The capacity to grow and change at 16 and 17 is genuinely real, and I'm not standing here saying Junie and Yummy are monsters who cannot change. I don't believe that, but I also cannot give them something they never once gave to a single person they covered. Doma was 13 for most of her documented behavior. Jimbo was 15. Charlie drew private coping art he never showed anyone. None of them got "they're young, give them grace." They got the expose and the fully public moral prosecution. So the standard that gets applied here is the one these two built themselves. The hope, and it is genuine, is that both of them eventually just log off, and it's not as a punishment or because people are bullying them into it. Just because the names Junie Draws and Yummy Cactus and Mary Berry Bow and Vito Gayman are not who these people actually are, and figuring out who they are cannot happen while they are still running content online.
A man from Kentucky won a $167.3 million Powerball jackpot and claimed his check on April 28th. On April 29th, he celebrated by coming down to my neck of the woods in Florida and got himself arrested because boy howdy he got rowdy and for some reason just wanted to fight everyone at like a hotel bar. I cannot fathom how someone can come into life-changing money and then the first thing they do is just unleash their demons. Just go fucking sicko mode on strangers. There's no audio for this section, but James Farthing, the Powerball winner, is the one that's right now grabbing a handful of that guy's shirt while another man takes him down. He said, "You can get me to the ground, but I'm gonna see that man's nipples come hell or high water, goddammit."
You kidding me? No, get on the ground! Do not fucking move, do not resist. Put your hands down. D12, step it up. I just got kicked.
So it happens pretty quick. It was actually like 2 very fast kicks from James here. He got him with the fucking black flash, honestly. But what happened is the officer separated them and he was handcuffing the guy that had James in the headlock. And while that guy is on the ground, face down, James comes back to try and soccer kick him, but he misses and gets the officer square in the noggin. He like blasts his cranium here with his taekwondo kicks. And of course, being the tough macho man that James is, he then kicks the defenseless man who is handcuffed on the ground, which is a kick, that kind of soccer kick, that can oftentimes be fatal. He is an unhinged maniac. So he hits the officer and then hits the guy who he initially instigated all this shit with. So again, this is James Farthing, the one doing the kicks, not the one who's currently being handcuffed. And I know it's low-hanging fruit to call him James Farting, because his last name is so close to it. I'm sure he got bullied with that in school. But I still can't resist, so I gotta call him James Farting at least once. This man is getting farted on here by, like, the entire police force coming up.
Relax, do not. Just stay there. No, you're not. No, you're not. Stay right fucking here. You, enough. I didn't know you were here. Doesn't fucking make a difference. I got caught in the face. You stay there. Okay, you need to calm down. Put your hands behind your back right for fuck now. Put your hands behind your back and get against the fucking wall. Against the wall. Who else? You're female. Taser deployed.
Dude got wombo comboed here. That's the 2-piece Whopper special. He got tased and then Goldberg speared by another officer, and he let out a primal yell. Like that's like the voice acting for the finals when you play the heavy and use the power slam. Like, holy shit.
Jack, aka Birdie, aka DamageCoder6669, aka Lucifer, aka CityBear03's ex-roommate, is a YouTube animator who has had a tumultuous career on the platform since February of 2018, with the year of 2024 being no different as I will outline in this video. He's known for bangers such as I'm Back or My Roommate Grew a 14-year-old, I Need Help, which are incidentally the 2 videos I will be discussing in this video as they are relevant to what we care about. That being outlining how CityBear03, the self-admitted group, was not the only guilty party involved in that allegation. If you're interested in CityBear03's story, well, feel free to go back and watch my video about it. However, it's not necessary for this video as I will provide context when it's required. Anyway, without further ado, let's take a look at yet another example of what unrestricted internet access does to a motherfucker, and the next stepping stone in the Just a Robot saga, the YouTuber and can of worms, Birdie.
I remember when I was 12 years old and I drew porn depicting pedophilia. And instead of being concerned or wondering if I was okay, everyone got mad at me for it, and it ended up being the first thing that canceled me in the public eye. Good times. You know I was groomed by Kitty Dog, right?
Starts a conversation like that.
Although Birdie themselves is not generally considered an art commentary community creator, or ACC creator for short, his animations appear to be nestled into the same viewer base, subsequently having a multitude of mutual friends with CityBear03, both online and in real life. Well, for those of you who did not watch my last video, the art commentary community has a bit of an issue when it comes to degeneracy, with a basis in deviant art which is, as the name implies, mixed with a YouTube commentator whose audience primarily consists of children. You have a very unique powder keg. Despite the fact that their audience generally leans on the younger side of things, it's not uncommon for art commentary community creators to make crude depictions of darker or straight up immoral topics like gore, bestiality, rape, or self-harm. Combine these factors with a Discord community that allows for 13-year-olds and you get CityBear03, or more broadly, a grooming problem. Well, what about in regards to the topic of this video, Birdie? Well, it appears to me as if they're a victim of the unfortunately common grouping within the ACC, subsequently drawing people are at age 12, which, as Birdie established, led to the first of many controversies. This claim was made in the aforementioned video I'm Back, which is fucking 2 hours long. The video was released on April 15th, 2024, and answered the question of how Birdie and Cinny Bear moved in together, as well as quite a few other questions I don't think anyone asked, but regardless.
So, you're probably a bit confused. Like, hey, why have I been gone so long? Why did I come back? And oh, birdie trauma. That's a pretty weird thing that I've never talked about before. I'll get into all that juicy stuff in a bit, but first, I'd like to properly introduce myself for the first time. Hi, my name is Jack, or Lucifer. My pronouns are he, it. I'm 19. I'm aroaced and gay, ooh la la. My favorite colors are red, black, and yellow. I'm a demon kitty. I love rainbows and tacos and cats and randomness. I love scene and decora K and emo, but that's pretty obvious, isn't it? I have evil autism. I love South Park, BoJack Horseman, Moral Oral, Doki Doki Literature Club, Miracle Musical, My Little Pony, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, and other thingies. I have a kitty named Squirp. So during the making of this video, we got another cat, and I named her Stupid.
Are you beginning to see what I mean by can of worms? Oh, also those cats that he introduced, Squirp and Stupid, well, they will be extraordinarily relevant later, so keep those little fellas in mind. This video was released after a nearly 3-year-long hiatus, which was caused by those aforementioned controversies, with the video being recorded after Birdie had moved in with Cinny Bear. Regardless, he opens the video by advertising his Twitter and warning viewers to be wary of gore. Neat. Anyway, this shout out is followed by one of the most impressively long-winded trauma dumps I have ever witnessed. Seriously, it is at least 30 minutes long. Fuck, I mean, you could argue that the entire 2-hour-long video is just one long-winded trauma dump, but either way, Birdie prefaces the trauma dump with this.
If you are a member of my family watching this video, including my parents and grandparents, I kindly advise that you stop here. I do not wish to have you be part of my internet life because you have irreversibly hurt me, and I'm going to be straightforward and honest about the damage that you've done. You will be anonymous and safe from harm in my video. I ask you again, please stop watching. If you wanted to hear about the ways that you've abused me, you would have listened to me a long time ago, or reflected on your own actions. Okay, cool, bye, go away.
Yeah, I think that sets the bar pretty high right off rip. Before I inject any more of my personal bias, let's just begin sifting through the mega trauma dump, shall we? Starting off with all of Birdie's mental and physical issues, Birdie just kind of sprinkles these in like little Easter eggs throughout his 2-hour-long video, so for simplicity's sake, I'm just going to compile them all here before we get into the rest of it. Firstly, judging by his straw poll, Birdie has autism, ADHD, borderline personality disorder, and is on the schizophrenia spectrum. He additionally claims to have psychosis, however later clarifies this to be referring to the schizophrenia spectrum diagnosis.
I would like to clarify that I was diagnosed with psychosis in September of 2023, so this is just something that I live with. I mean, I was diagnosed when I was 14 too, but like I was in denial about it for a long time, so like I just got diagnosed again. At the moment, I'm unsure what disorder in particular I have because I had to stop seeing my psychiatrist because I moved to another state, which I'll elaborate on in a little bit. He initially diagnosed me with depression with psychotic features, but as I elaborated on my symptoms, he realized it was something more severe and that I'm most likely schizospec. So at the moment, I just call it psychosis for convenience.
Further in the video, Birdie states that they have depression and chronic anemia, which is actually not chronic anemia, but instead a undiagnosed heart condition. Yes, the health condition morphed mid-fucking video. The next condition Birdie claims having, I don't exactly know how to define based on Birdie's description. Birdie refers to it, or them I guess, as headmates.
I'm gonna be honest with all of you, I don't even know what Carol was. She wasn't an alter because she couldn't take control of my body, and she wasn't a tulpa or imaginary friend because she was not intentionally created. For simplicity, I will be calling her a headmate in this section. Similarly to the psychosis drama, this should have never been drama to begin with because it's weird to make a spectacle of a teen struggling with mental illness, and it absolutely made me worse. I wasn't attempting to like fake DID or anything. That was never my intention if it did come across that way. I don't have any active headmates at the moment, but I do have a history of them.
Carol, Marilyn, Susie, Rero, Goofball, Playdate, and even Edgy Jack were all sentient beings with their own thoughts and emotions who originated from my brain. I really wish I had a concise conclusion or answer for this, but I don't. When Carol first appeared when I was 14, I went all the way to fucking Seattle Children's Hospital to see a psychiatrist, only for him to brush me off for being autistic and tell me that I have a vivid imagination and that it was just the autism.
I have no interest in discrediting Birdie's claimed conditions. There are plenty of better things to point out. That being said, however, I do have to say Birdie's description makes it sound like an X-Men superpower mutation or imaginary friends. He's never been diagnosed with anything in regards to it. In fact, the only professional he spoke to about it described it as autism mixed with an overactive imagination. According to Birdie, they aren't split personalities, it's not dissociative identity disorder, they are people that are sentient that are only in Birdie's head. I'm not tripping, right? Like, other than the sentience part, which I don't even know how to interpret, Birdie's just describing an imaginary friend. I mean, I guess they could be hallucinations, but then they would just be hallucinated friends, which still sounds like the same concept as imaginary friends, just less voluntary, I guess, but anyway. Oh, and also I wrote this big fuck-off paragraph about what I believe to be the final of Birdie's health conditions that I'm yet to mention, or more specifically, chronic fatigue. But the video was already long as shit, so I'm not gonna read that. If you give a shit, you can. I thought it was at least worth addressing because I have seen people question Birdie's chronic fatigue diagnosis. However, in my opinion, there are far more dubious elements of Birdie's story, which I will establish later. First though, I'm gonna speedrun some of the allegations against Birdie from that aforementioned tumultuous career, because I don't exactly feel like litigating shit that happened when this person was a teenager, but I feel like I'd be foolish not to at least mention some of it. Oh, also, there is a hell of a lot more conjecture in this video when in comparison to the rest of my content, and that is because for most of this, we only have one side of the story with next to no evidence. However, I will clearly specify when something I'm saying is a conclusion or opinion based on limited information. Anyway, to begin the speedrun, here's Birdie talking about those aforementioned controversies from when he was a child and teenager.
So, I am notoriously known for not being good at interneting. Like emotional outbursts, constant venting, oversharing personal information, things like that. The reason I joined the internet in the first place at 11 years old is because I wasn't loved at home and I was being abused at school too. I had a warped view of the internet, only being a child, and I believed that all of my viewers would act as friends.
Well, yeah, that explains a lot. As I've already established, there is an admittedly dark likelihood that the root, or at least a factor for Birdie's erratic behavior, shall I say, is some of the stuff that I'm outlining in this segment from Birdie's developmental years. As I'll attempt to outline in this video, the issue is that Birdie uses this mistreatment as a justification for him to do immoral acts to others.
I've decided to come out here and talk about what happened today because the vast majority of the controversy surrounding me is false, and I believe a lot of you are simply misled or confused about the information. My therapist told me about a concept once that really stuck with me. It's called the curse of knowledge bias. She explained to me that although I know that Birdie drama consists of lies and exaggerations, and I know that my parents abused me, and I know that my ex-friends are lying about me and trying to publicize personal issues, and I know that I've been taken advantage of by everybody involved in this, nobody else knows, and I'm frustrated because you cannot see what's so obvious to me. Let me be clear, I still do not want anything to do with Birdie drama. I would not like this drama to be continuously dragged on going forward.
Yeah, sorry about that, buddy. Also, did you catch that? I swear they need therapists who specialize in dealing with terminally online freaks, because I swear this is not the first time I've heard of a therapist gassing up their client to post something online because the internet just doesn't know the abuse they've endured. Yeah, I don't think I can wholly blame the therapist. If this video that I'm talking about is any indication, then Birdie likely wasn't providing the therapist with the most accurate, unbiased retelling of events, as I will display later. But anyway, Birdie ended up elaborating on that first controversy with Kitty Dog.
If you aren't aware of who Kitty Dog is, which would be shocking if you weren't, she's this super duper popular animation memer who makes very sexual videos. I'm totally not surprised that this happened. And when I was 11 to 12 years old, she was basically my idol. I made a shit ton of videos about her, and she commented on them asking me to join Discord, and you can see where this is going. Anyways, this shouldn't have been drama in the first place, but Kitty Dog encouraged me to make drawings like those, and that's why they exist. I know a few of you are probably gonna say this as some sort of counter-argument, so I'd like to acknowledge it. The age gap wasn't like huge. I was 12 and she was 14, but like, let's not get caught up in the logistics of grooming. I am not misusing the word. I can confidently say that this is what this was. Another thing to bring into consideration is that apparently Kitty Dog was also being groomed during this time period, but this still doesn't excuse her behavior. Especially when we consider COCSA to be a trauma response, which stands for Child on Child Sexual Abuse. And yes, sexual abuse can be accounted for under messaging like Kitty Dog did. I'm aware of the fact people are still going to defend Kitty Dog in this situation, but at least acknowledge the impact this had on me as a kid.
Well, isn't that just sickening? Yeah, so this community is so depraved that you end up with some kind of fucked up game of telephone where these minors end up regurgitating fringe adult concepts to each other that they either found online or from someone who realistically should have jail time. Likely someone who actually fulfills both those categories, to be honest. Anyway, the other person involved, Kitty Dog, is a YouTube creator with 600k subscribers accrued from her furry animation content. What's especially notable to us, however, is that in February of 2024, so a few months before Birdie released his I'm Back video, Kitty Dog released a document that outlined all of her wrongdoing as a teenager. Kitty Dog seemingly attempted to genuinely apologize for her actions, taking accountability and swearing to improve her behavior. Now, whether she actually followed through with this, I don't know. And it's very possible that I either don't or do end up addressing her in future content. What I do know, however, is that despite being 6 times Birdie's channel size, Kitty Dog is, as far as I'm concerned, a hell of a lot less controversial on the internet, with her document being received relatively positively.
There was a huge power dynamic. Kitty Dog was aware of the power she had over me, being a massive creator that I looked up to, and I was not old enough to consent to these things. I was 12.
Yeah, do you know who else wasn't able to consent, Birdie? Despite being 2 years older, Kitty Dog wasn't able to consent. Additionally, I do not think a 500k subscriber difference, or whatever it was at the time, creates a power dynamic. It's not like Birdie's channel or career was directly tied to Kitty Dog's, and it's not like Kitty Dog was employing Birdie. From what I can tell, the significant difference between how Birdie and Kitty Dog responded to relatively similar allegations is what dictates their broadly differing public reception. Well, that and their pre-established reputations, of course. More specifically, both Birdie and Kitty Dog are victims of grooming. However, Kitty Dog acknowledged this and took fault for her actions in the document. Birdie, in the months after, attempted to piggyback off of Kitty Dog's explanations, applying them to himself while simultaneously attempted to attach all of the fault to Kitty Dog, who, let me remind you, was a 14-year-old at the time. Both of these people are adults now. They could potentially be excused for their depraved actions as a child, but that does not allow them to continue the behavior or attempt to justify it as an adult, which Kitty Dog has seemingly not done while Birdie has. It's just an absurd double standard that Birdie is applying, and it's all seemingly with the justification that he was the youngest party involved by 2 years, which in my opinion is not a substantial enough age gap to reasonably apply that double standard. To be clear, by the way, judging by the evidence that Birdie presents, it does seem as if Kitty Dog at minimum encouraged Birdie to draw sexualized art when Birdie was very clearly uncomfortable with the idea, which is fucked. I don't know if I'd necessarily describe it as grooming, but it's definitely bad, okay? My issue is that if we're supposed to give Birdie so much leniency due to his various physical and mental conditions or traumatic past, why does the same standard not apply to a 14-year-old Kitty Dog?
This led to the first time I got into big internet drama, and Kitty Dog completely threw me under the bus when this went down, despite encouraging me to draw art like this prior to it being publicized. She essentially made fun of me for being harassed while still pretending to be my friend.
What the fuck? Birdie is just acknowledging with a text edit on screen that what he's saying in the audio is fucking delusional, and he didn't think to edit it out. To be specific, in the audio, Birdie is very clearly stating that when allegations against him came out, Kitty Dog threw him under the bus and made fun of him. This, however, as Birdie's text edit acknowledges, is blatantly false because Kitty Dog never even addressed Birdie's allegations. Do you know what's even crazy though? This is far from the most absurd claim that Birdie makes in defense of him drawing art as a child.
I think the drama that resulted from this is pretty funny sometimes, because the main argument that ranters use is that it was illegal for me to draw porn at 12 years old. I'm sorry, but have you ever met a 12-year-old that hasn't drawn porn? If that were illegal, we'd live in some sort of dystopian society where anyone under the age of 18 would be locked up.
What the fuck are you talking about, you deranged freak? I would be shocked and pretty concerned if I even met a 12-year-old who's drawn porn in my fucking lifespan. If that doesn't show you how skewed this Birdie fellow's perspective of the world is, I don't know what will. He needs to have a, at minimum, 10-year-long internet detox or some shit. That's not even taking into account the relationship that Birdie had with a 13-year-old when he was 16.
I've decided to rewrite this section last minute because the situation I'm about to describe is more morally gray than I remember remembered it being, and requires more nuance on my part in order to explain it. In 2021, I went through my breakup. This breakup alone put me into another psychotic state where I was essentially dissociating 24/7 and became unable to make proper judgment anymore. Exactly 5 days after said breakup, I was asked out by my former friend Draggy, who was 13. I was 16, and it was my responsibility as the older person to turn them down, but because of the mental state I was in, I was unable to make the right decision. They were entirely aware of the mental state I was in. I addressed my worries with us dating, but they insisted that they wanted to date me, so I agreed.
Yeah, I don't know how I'm supposed to accept that Birdie got manipulated by a 13-year-old when he was 16, while simultaneously claiming that Kitty Dog is a horrible person for taking advantage of a 2-year age gap when Kitty Dog was 14 and Birdie was 12. I don't know if I've ever seen it before, but Birdie has managed to make a double standard. Anyway, this segment was supposed to be a speed run, so I'm gonna move on to the next notable incident that Birdie mentions that I don't bring up later in this video. More specifically, I'm referring to an argument that was live streamed between Birdie and his mother about Birdie doxing himself as well as his family because he wanted to die or something. I don't know, it's fucking deranged.
There are 2 livestream clips from 2017 of me threatening suicide to my dad, and another of my mom confronting me for giving out my address to somebody online. I'm not gonna play either of these clips because they were of me as a child being put in abusive situations and having an emotional response, so they're deeply triggering for me. But these clips are out there and you can search for them if you want, I guess.
So here's some 7-year-old footage of that. I'm only gonna play a small amount of the 10 total minutes, but I can assure you that both parties involved, that being Birdie and his mother, maintain about the same demeanor the whole way through.
My mom is coming down here, hold on. Did you just give our address to Doge Dust? No. Did you give our address to anybody online? No. Tell me the truth. No. My God. Why? Could you go upstairs? No. I'm in the middle of something. Mom, go away. No, I want to know. Please. On Discord. I'm in the middle of something. I want to know. I need to know. Did you give our address to somebody? Shut. Did you? There are people here. I need to know if you did that. I will tell you after this. No, okay. Not after now. Mom, just dance up there right now. There are people watching this. I need to know if you gave our address to somebody on the internet. I need to know that, and Dad does too. He's waiting up here. Hold on, there are people just watching. Answer the question. Why do you need to know? Did you or didn't you? Why do you need to know? That is against the rules of our internet. It was a long time ago. When? I don't know, but it was a long time ago. Could you please go upstairs? The internet is shutting it off right now. Hold on! You need to be honest with me. Please go upstairs. You're gonna know. It's yes. People are watching this. And if you did, we call the police right now, and they're gonna come take all this. Mom, that's illegal. That's illegal. You tell me if you did. Mom, just one moment. You did, didn't you? The truth. One moment. Just tell me. Please. You're not understanding. No, you don't. It wasn't recently at all. How am I supposed to know? It was a long time ago. I don't know. I want you to finish talking to your friends, and then you come upstairs and talk to Dad and I. No, I can't do that. Yeah. You gave our last name away. That's enough. And now our address. Don't. Just go, okay? That's very dangerous. I'm in the middle of something really important. Alvina just told me that you did this right now. Do not speak to Alvina. You go upstairs. I'm in the middle of something. Why did she?
Wow, isn't that crazy? Seems as if Birdie's description of his mother coming in and abusively screaming at him over the doxing incident is an extraordinarily inaccurate retelling of events, and I might even argue the opposite of what actually happened. Yes, his mother did indeed threaten to call the police. However, unlike Birdie, she wasn't screaming about it and came off as extraordinarily reasonable to me. As Birdie has already made clear, his parents are at minimum in their 40s and they prescribed QAnon, so I can't imagine they're the most technologically literate. As Birdie also also made clear, however, they had been receiving harassment online with their full names and addresses being dropped by Birdie's detractors. With that sort of equation, if you were Birdie's parents, who else would you go to other than the police if your son, who caused the fucking problem, is screaming at you and being uncooperative because he wants to do his really important task of drawing art on stream with his Discord buddies? One of those aforementioned Discord buddies was even attempting to tell Birdie to settle down and listen to his mother.
Listen to your mom. Listen to your mom.
I mean, for fuck's sake, Birdie's mom even gives Birdie the option to finish up what he was doing first and then come upstairs to talk to his parents about the issue. If my hypothetical future kid docks me, I'm shutting that fucking stream down ASAP. Anyway, continuing on through Birdie's video, he proceeds to bring on his trans Latino friend in order to defend Birdie for his self-admitted transphobia and racism.
Because I wanted to help him word it in a way that made sense, because not only am I a trans person too, but I'm also, you know, Latino, so I feel like my word has a bit more holding than his, because he's a little cracker.
And then Birdie goes on to talk about his ferret.
This is a rumor I would especially like to disprove because my ferret Chara passed away in November of 2022, and I don't want my baby girl to be remembered that way. So there's this screenshot that my ex spread around of me saying I sexually abused my ferret. Of course, if this was true, that would be fucking deplorable, and holy shit, you'd have to send me to jail. Straight to jail. That would be it. You'd have to lock me up and throw away the key, guys. But?
But? Wait, what do you mean but?
There's a shit ton of context missing from this. Admittedly, I didn't mention this in the screenshot, but the reason this happened is because I was groomed into it when I was 13 years old. I don't have proof of this because I lost the DMs with my groomer, nor do I even want to find them. I don't even want to say his name because this was the most traumatic time that I was groomed. I've been groomed several times, obviously, but this was the worst, and I don't want to talk about it for that long publicly. Another thing I'd like to point out, which is almost as important as the grooming context, is that right in the screenshot I said I didn't even go through with it. Like, it never even happened. I just prepared to do it because I was 13 and I was told to. This was extremely traumatic for me, which is why, despite the fact that these accusations were hurting me more than any of the ones before this, I didn't address it publicly. After this happened, I would cry every time I saw my ferret, and I had reoccurring nightmares about this. I was a victim in this situation, and so was Chara.
Okay, yeah, so here's that screenshot that he was referring to. And according to Urban Dictionary, T-Nance refers to oral sex. So he attempted to fuck his ferret, Chara, in the mouth at age 13. However, claims he was groomed into it, yet doesn't have any evidence of this grooming. What there is evidence for, though, is other forms of animal abuse, such as Birdie swinging the ferret around, or Chara losing her color and her fur over the course of a year due to being underfed, which is anyone really surprised? Birdie can't even feed himself, although it does make me a bit questionable of why his parents didn't step in and do something about it. Especially considering these messages from Birdie in which he claims that Chara's cage got filled with maggots a few times. Speaking of Chara's cage, as far as I'm concerned, it was far too small. According to my research, aka roughly 3 Google searches, a ferret cage should ideally be a couple square feet in diameter as well as potentially multiple floors tall. This is a hamster cage, at best. This was the point that ferrets are not supposed to be kept as pets alone. They are generally kept in pairs, as ferrets are supposedly a very sociable animal. I mean, other than sexually or physically abusing the ferret, I can't really blame 13-year-old Birdie for underfeeding the ferret, not getting a second one, or giving it too small of a cage. That does seem more like negligence on behalf of Birdie's parents, although it could be explained, not necessarily justified, by ignorance. I mean, I personally had no idea how to raise a ferret before this segment, but I wasn't really intending on getting one, so I think that about wraps up the speedrun. I mean, other than the grooming claims that I will address later after the Cinebero 3 stuff. Anyway, with that being said, let's go into part 2 with Birdie's life story in the video I'm Back.
Fuck work anyways, it's not like I'm physically or mentally capable enough to uphold a job in the first place. Fuck capitalism, fuck the public school system, fuck ableism.
The first major topic that Birdie addresses in his 2-hour-long video is the supposed abuse that his family had done to him.
Originally, I was gonna mention here how abusive my parents have been to me my whole life, but due to recent events, I've come to find that my whole family is abusive, not just my parents, and I'd like to talk about it.
Well, with the exception of my siblings, of course. I'm talking about my grandparents.
Okay, well, what have they actually done to be abusive, though?
My parents are very abusive. I'll give some examples in a little bit, but first, let me put this into perspective for you. They are conservative Trump supporters. They are racist, sexist, transphobic, homophobic, anti-vaxxers, anti-maskers, conspiracy theorists, hardcore Christians. They're literally in a cult, and they have 6 kids, not including me. They have emotionally, verbally, sexually, and physically abused me for my whole life, as well as neglecting me. And I can say that my siblings have endured similar treatment.
Well, what the fuck? Why not just open with that? If Birdie's own parents emotionally, physically, or even sexually abused him as a child, would that not be enough to single-handedly classify them as abusive? Why attach a bunch of terms that have more to do with politics or ideology? Sure, I don't even agree with their beliefs, or in having 7 fucking children, but that doesn't necessarily classify them as abusive. Oh, hi, Nugget. But it's not exactly evidence of abusive behavior, and if anything, attempting to classify as such just weakens Birdie's argument. Anyway, Birdie goes on to state this about their alleged emotional abuse.
One day, my parents literally swarmed me in the basement, so I hid in my room, and they screamed through the door for about an hour or more about how I'm lazy and faking depression to quote-unquote be a victim or whatever. They cut off my internet directly afterwards and they refused to bring it back. This happened when I was 14 too, except when I was 14 I ended up having a psychotic break that lasted for months, and the Wi-Fi being out was most of the reason for it. So, back then I obviously didn't want to have a psychotic break again, and I had nothing else to live for aside from the internet. So, I attempted suicide. I told my parents I needed to go to the hospital because I thought I was bleeding out when I was actually fine. And they refused to give me medical attention, and they laughed at me and even threatened to call the police because I was quote-unquote threatening them to take me to the hospital. The next day, I heard my mom on the phone gossiping to her friends about how I attempted suicide and how stupid I was for doing it, and then treated my dad like a hero for refusing to take me to the hospital.
Oh my god, what the fuck? This is giving me a headache. Remember when I mentioned at the beginning the concept of what unrestricted internet access does to a motherfucker? The entire 2-hour-long video is like this, by the way. There is just so much information to pass through being dumped on you at every turn that I'm gonna have to skip over a bunch of the less important shit, else risk a video the length of the Mr. T Lexify one. What I'm gathering from Birdie's description of the situation is that Birdie's parents were frustrated with the lack of action from Birdie in securing his future. So they turned the internet off after an argument, which subsequently led to Birdie suicide baiting with the claim that he didn't want to re-trigger his psychosis due to lack of internet access. Yeah, sure, if what Birdie is stating is true, it is pretty horrible of his parents to claim that he was just faking his depression as an excuse for his laziness. What are you fucking doing? And they probably should not have screamed at him, but overall, this entire situation is a pretty common dynamic between parents and children. I'm sure you or someone you know has been involved in a similar argument with a parental figure that may have even led to someone's internet being turned off. One thing I'm hoping you can't relate to though is the part where someone cuts themselves and begs to go to hospital. At risk of sounding like a jackass, Birdie is very clearly still alive and well making this video, so maybe Birdie's dad was onto something by refusing to take him to the hospital.
I told my parents I needed to go to the hospital because I thought I was bleeding out when I was actually fine.
I mean, it's not like he went and cut Birdie. It is kind of obnoxious to self-inflict harm and then expect someone to take the time out of the day to take you to the hospital. Additionally, I have to wonder how many times Birdie's parents experienced suicide baiting from Birdie, considering they supposedly immediately refused to take him to get medical treatment, yet apparently cared enough to get mad at him for being lazy. They do have 7 kids after all, and as far as I'm concerned, none of those are dead, so it's not exactly like they're just letting the kids off themselves with no concern for their well-being. This notably isn't the only instance of Birdie suicide baiting specifically his own parents mentioned within this video. There is also this.
There are 2 livestream clips from 2017 of me threatening suicide to my dad, and another of my mom confronting me for giving out my address. I'm not gonna play either of these clips because they were of me as a child being put in abusive situations and having an emotional response, so they're deeply triggering for me.
And here's that audio he doesn't want to play.
You need to go to bed.
Well, maybe if I had my computer in my room.
That's not gonna happen, and we could still hear you upstairs.
Well, can you, like, not come in here because you're gonna cause drama?
You can be on if you're talking during the day, but not at night. It's 3 in the morning now.
Oh, it's not?
Yes, it is. 2:45, it's 3 in the morning. I can control the time.
Dad, stop! You're gonna make someone hate me!
Well, it would be fine because you won't be on the internet at all. In all directions.
If you cut off the internet, I'm gonna kill myself. You know that.
Based on the fact that it was live streamed, and Birdie described the last suicide baiting incident to have happened after the Wi-Fi was turned off, it's my impression that these are 2 different incidents, although the description from Birdie sounds so remarkably similar that I'm not 100% sure. If I am correct though, then that means Birdie suicide baited his own parents over them turning the Wi-Fi off at minimum twice now, which he does somewhat acknowledge, although of course simultaneously attempts to justify it.
I just want to say it was not okay for me to threaten suicide to my dad. Nobody should ever do this as a tactic to get what they want, and although it took several years, I've recently grown out of this behavior. But I want everybody to understand, I was 12 years old. I was a child and my parents did not love me. They never paid attention to me, and I learned that the only way they would take me seriously is if I threatened suicide. This came from a genuine place of suicidal ideation too, so it never came across as a manipulation tactic to me until I took my hiatus and thought about my actions throughout my life. Another thing to consider is that I have BPD, and one of the symptoms of my disorder is literally suicidal threats and gestures along with self-harm. This is a facet of my disorder, but I've gotten much better at not having suicidal outbursts. And I can admit that although I've improved, I still feel suicidal at times, but I try to express it in a manner that does not come across as manipulative. The reason I told my dad I was gonna kill myself was because I was live streaming at 3 AM and I didn't realize this was something I wasn't supposed to do, so my dad walked in and told me to stop, and I said I would. He came back later on because I was taking too long and told me he was gonna cut off the Wi-Fi, and I misinterpreted what he said and I believed he was gonna cut off my internet access forever, and I told him if he did that, I would kill myself. I didn't want to be alive if my escapism was taken away, so I lashed out.
Oh yeah, grown out of suicide baiting, like it's an old set of clothes.
I didn't mute during either of these live streams because I was caught up in the moment and I wanted people to sympathize with me. I truly believed that if people saw my emotional responses to these situations that I would be pitied, which is something that I always confused for love. It really is my fault that I decided not to mute the live stream, but at this age, I didn't have the capacity to understand what happens when you put out personal things online. This is a concept I didn't even understand until recently.
Yeah, I don't know if you figured that out yet, buddy. Let's get back to Birdie's retelling of his life story, shall we?
I found loopholes to get my internet back in 2022, without my parents' knowledge, of course. But with my internet taken away, I quickly began to realize the extent of my parents' abuse,
and I realized I needed to get away from them as soon as possible. But I was only 16 and I didn't have any friends IRL, so there was nobody to save me. Eventually, an online friend, who I will not be naming here, got in contact with me and offered me a safe place to stay. The issue with this is he lived all the way in Maryland, and I lived in Washington State, so I would need to prepare to move cross-country. I waited until I turned 18, and I prepared for over a year, all while hiding my plans from my parents. I relied on this guy for my own safety, and he began to emotionally abuse me as well. He became my favorite person because guess what? I have borderline personality disorder, which I will talk about more later, which quickly worsened our unhealthy relationship. As soon as I had plans ready to purchase a plane ticket, he blocked me, leaving me back at square one, stuck in my abusive household with my parents and with no support system at all. He intended to let me stay at his mom's house, and I was under the impression that she knew I would be coming and that she was allowing me to stay there. I learned after the fact that this guy had lied to me and that his mom had no idea about our plans. Like, she just thought that I was coming to visit, not that I was gonna live there.
Although Birdie's retelling of the story does come off as extremely uncharitable, this is an instance where the other party involved, the so-called Maryland dude, has actually come out with his own perspective, which I will address later.
Also, another really weird thing that this guy did is that he kept bribing me with gifts. Like, according to him, he spent either $200 to $400 on gifts for me from, like, Amazon that he planned to give to me when I arrived at his house. And like, even weirder, I have proof that these gifts were real. He ended up sending like 3 of them to me in the mail. And he would hold these gifts over my head constantly to like manipulate me. Like, whenever I did something that he didn't like, he would try to control me by being like, dude, I spent like $300 on gifts for you and you're gonna act like this? You're such a bad friend. And like, he would keep increasing the price every time he like used this tactic. Like, it started out as like, I spent $200 on you, and then it went up to like $400. So honestly, I don't know how much he spent on those gifts.
Yeah, I mean, with that description, this dude does sound pretty wretched. Holding a gift above someone's head is gross. However, what mistreatment from Birdie was he referring to that Birdie conveniently left out of the story? It might explain why he blocked Birdie the moment that Birdie bought a plane ticket. There is no indication that this Maryland dude knew that Birdie would be buying a plane ticket that day. Yeah, I would probably block some delusional abusive freak too if they suddenly decided to enact years-old plans of flying to my house and living there. Also, what the fuck is this guy Keemstar when he was reporting on Pyro's 16, 15, 14-year-old French girl? Why does he keep changing the numbers spent on gifts? With how uncharitably Birdie has been so far while describing these stories, I wouldn't be shocked if it's just because he had actually spent more each time he mentioned the number. After all, there are 3 different gifts sent to Birdie and there are 3 different figures mentioned. By the way, just to be clear, I haven't actually read the Maryland dude's perspective as of writing this part of the video. This is all just my opinion and perspective gathered from what Birdie has supplied us with in terms of information. The only reason I knew that the Maryland dude had come out with his own perspective, which later led to me finding it, is because Birdie put this in their video.
Meanwhile, as I was dealing with all of this, the Maryland dude from before started harassing me privately and leaking my artwork and vents publicly and claiming I abused him, which led to a resurgence in Birdie drama despite me being on hiatus and also still healing from what this guy did to me.
Oh, and there's a final note on this Maryland dude saga for now, at least until I address his side of the story. Of course, this Birdie fucker had to start using psych terms.
I never asked for any of the gifts. He just decided to love bomb me with them, and I couldn't do anything because holy shit, that's a lot of money to spend on like a manipulation tactic. If I'm being honest, that's what it is. Like, holy moly.
I have a personal beef with whoever unleashed the word love bomb on the internet.
So, now it's the beginning of 2023. I ended up moving 4 times in just this year, and I endured so much abuse, which I will elaborate on shortly. I got back on my feet quickly, and I prepared to complete my GED so I could get a job and afford to move out. Despite the significant progress I was making, my parents kicked me out very soon after I turned 18 with the intention of leaving me homeless on the streets.
Interesting that he noted, despite making significant progress on my GED. I'm beginning to get the impression that the aforementioned laziness that Birdie's parents were frustrated with was based around a lack of progress from Birdie on his GED. Also, what does he mean his parents kicked him out with the intention of making him homeless? Yeah, sure, I would agree that 18 is a very young age to be kicked out of the house. Nor do I believe that it would be particularly effective at giving Birdie the kick he needs to get his life in order and finish his GED. However, as Birdie will establish momentarily, he had other options for housing, and I don't doubt that his parents were aware of that considering who the housing is coming from.
The day I was kicked out, I went to my grandma's house and she allowed me to stay there and eventually decided that she would house me until I could afford to move out.
Wait, that grandma you labeled as abusive at the beginning of the video? Well, let's hear it then.
Issues began to arise when she expected me to wake up early to go to school 3 days a week and work on math at home for an hour every day, as well as getting to all my appointments by myself. Which I know it sounds ridiculous that this is where I began to suffer, but I dropped out of school in 9th grade and I have super autism. There's also the fact that I can't drive, so I would have to take public transportation to these education programs and wherever else every time I needed to go, and it was a 15-minute walk to the bus stop every day.
Do I even need to say anything here? The next 5 minutes is Birdie bitching about how putting a disabled person through schooling without one-on-one tutoring is abusive or something, and also makes this goofy-ass claim.
It was the middle of summer and I didn't have any cool clothes thanks to my parents' neglect.
You did have clothes though, right? No significant damage to them? You know, I'm just checking because I don't think whether or not the clothes were cool dictates whether or not your parents were neglectful. This is just conjecture, as is a lot of this segment to do with Birdie's family. I wonder why, we only have one side of the story. But it seems more like Birdie's fault that his clothing wasn't cool enough. The clothing Birdie is drawn to demonstrate the supposed outfit of neglect is black shorts, black t-shirt, black headphones, and black wristbands. If this drawing is at all accurate to the clothing that he was supposedly wearing at the time, I don't think it's too much of a stretch to say that Birdie chose the fucking black clothing, considering it's one of his 3 favorite colors, and the drawing that he has representing current day him is also wearing black. Secondly, take the fucking wristbands off, mate, and while you're at it, the headphones too. The headphones are just gonna trap heat that would be escaping from your head. Thirdly, I don't think I've ever worn fucking shorts in my life, so Birdie is actually ahead of me in this part of the meta. And as far as I'm concerned, the US is nowhere near as humid as New Zealand, so I don't know what the fuck he's complaining about. Anyway, Birdie goes on to give the namesake for this chapter.
Fuck work anyways, it's not like I'm physically or mentally capable enough to uphold a job in the first place. Fuck capitalism, fuck the public school system, fuck ableism.
Oh yeah, so on Cables, you have a 115k subscriber channel in which numerous reasonably high effort animations are posted. What about this very fucking video, the 2-hour-long trauma dump? All of it drawn, written, animated, and edited by you, Birdie. Birdie is capable enough to write numerous long-winded vents on Tumblr which have repeatedly gotten him in hot water. Wait a second, bring that ramble back up. You mentioned the Maryland dude in it. Okay, so this is a Tumblr post that is in response to a question about BPD, and while that is what the majority of the post addresses, Birdie also elaborates, stating that around the time that he lost internet access, he began thinking that he had BPD, which he brought up to his mother, who shot the claim down. Upon getting access to the internet again, without his parents' knowledge, as Birdie keeps clarifying, he also got in contact with the Maryland dude, who forced the BPD label onto Birdie as a way of explaining his abusive behavior. This claim was followed by some bracketed text which stated that the Maryland dude was the one who was actually abusing and gaslighting Birdie into believing that he had a victim complex, and it wasn't actually the other way around, which, holy shit, the first usage of a psych term I might actually agree with. No, not the gaslighting claim from Birdie, the victim complex claim from the Maryland dude. Also, despite the fact that Birdie alleged the Maryland dude had forced the BPD label onto him, Birdie did actually end up being diagnosed with BPD in 2023 by a psychiatrist, which he even acknowledges in the same Tumblr post. It seems as if the Maryland dude sure as shit had Birdie figured out in at least this regard. Now, as previously mentioned, the Maryland dude did actually come out with his own perspective on the story, and that was on Twitter with notably substantially more evidence than Birdie. To start off, the Maryland dude, aka Refix, claimed that Birdie was most definitely the one who was at fault. One example of how would be when Refix attempted to distance himself from Birdie due to his increasingly deranged behavior. Birdie threatened to kill himself and sent a photo with cuts in his arms, and proceeded to label Refix as abusive. This is supposedly displayed through this discussion afterwards. Refix additionally clarified that the primary reason he ended up blocking Birdie, preventing Birdie from coming to his house in Maryland, was because Birdie had allegedly threatened to kill Refix behind his back. So yes, Birdie seemingly completely lied about Refix, a person who merely attempted to help Birdie by offering him housing, subsequently labeling him as abusive and driving him to pull out mountains of hair from stress. Anyway, back to Birdie's trauma dump, because he starts talking about grandma now and how she was supposedly abusive.
I texted my grandma one day to ask if I could have some food in her house that I knew nobody was eating, and she got mad at me and told me not to blow up her phone asking for help ever again.
What? You can't just say that and expect me to believe you when you're showing fucking contradictory evidence on screen. Birdie's supposedly abusive grandma is just being extraordinarily sweet in these texts, talking about dropping off supplies like food or a blanket. The cognitive dissonance of Birdie describing how horrible his grandma was and how his grandma was blowing up his phone when this is on the screen is just fucking absurd to me and does imply that Birdie has provided an extraordinarily biased account of his relationship with his grandma. That's also why I'm so questionable of Birdie's entire trauma dump, because other than some worthless photos of some random gifts he received from the Maryland dude and a screenshot of another set of texts with grandma, these texts are the only piece of evidence that Birdie provides for his claims of being abused by his family, and it's completely fucking contradictory to his story. Regardless, here is Birdie to elaborate on his homelessness.
So now I had to go to a homeless shelter. It wasn't a regular homeless shelter though, it was a homeless shelter / mentoring program, which basically means that it's a homeless shelter except with responsibilities, and the owner basically chooses your life path for you, with the threat of sending you to a lesser homeless shelter if you didn't follow through with the goals he set up for you. Perfect environment for an abused, burnt out, mentally ill, paranoid dude, right? So this all went about as well for me as you could guess. I was surrounded by other homeless people with no privacy. I was too paranoid to go outside, and I barely had any money, so I couldn't get myself groceries, and I basically began to starve. Most days, all I ate was a granola bar or two, and some days I didn't even eat at all. I stopped showering because the living space was so dirty that I didn't feel clean after showering anymore. I was in an unsafe area. People would pizza bomb the place, and there would be police outside with loaded rifles, and literally everybody would laugh it off while I hid in my room and had a panic attack. One day I got too scared to drink the water because of how dirty the sink was, and I came dangerously close to passing out due to dehydration. I began to lose weight I didn't want to lose due to the lack of food. I was barely sleeping too.
That sounds like a tutoring program mixed with a boarding house. I mean, there's also this text from Birdie's grandma, which I'll expand upon later, in which Birdie's grandma explicitly refers to staying at the shelter as not being homeless. To be fair, that could just be referring to the fact that Birdie would at least have a roof over his head, but regardless. Conjecture warning, but this sounds like a program that you would need to fill out paperwork for, which, when considering Birdie said this,
that I needed somewhere to stay where I had a basic level of assistance, because on my own I would literally starve to death, and my mom told me it would be fine and that her and my grandma would help me get groceries and get to my appointments. Where was that kind of help I needed a few months ago?
And he's also previously described those family members as transphobic. Wow, why is this relevant, you may be wondering?
This isn't even mentioning the transphobia I experienced at the shelter. Literally everybody there would keep misgendering me, including my lesbian roommate. Like, dude, you're LGBTQ, you should know better. The owner introduced me to everyone with my dead name behind my back for literally no reason. Like, there wasn't even a legal reason for him to do this.
The reason I say this segment is conjecture is because there isn't evidence that there was any paperwork involved. However, if there was, I don't think it's too much of a stretch to assume that it was Birdie's family that filled it out. And considering they're supposedly transphobic, I don't think it's too much of a stretch to say that they would have put his birth gender on there and not his transition gender. So despite saying that there was no legal reason for it, I can definitely envision there being one.
On my last day there, the owner admitted he called me Jack instead of using my pronouns because, quote, "It's annoying how often trans people change their pronouns and it's too hard to keep track of." And then he proceeded to mansplain the concept of transphobia to me, and that some people may not agree with your lifestyle and you just have to let those people misgender you. And I had to agree with him because I didn't want to be the annoying tranny who stands up for his own rights, because that would have pissed him off for sure.
To be clear, because it's important to establish for this next segment, Birdie is a trans man who was born as a woman. With that established, yes, obviously, that would suck if the shelter management and residents were intentionally dead naming and misgendering Birdie. However, with how uncharitable his retelling of the story has been, especially in regards to his grandmother, I'm dubious of the claim's validity. Also, even in Birdie's description of his interaction with the shelter manager, other than maybe the comment about how annoying it is to keep up with people's updated pronouns, the shelter manager sounded relatively reasonable. I mean, yeah, it is just unfortunately a fact of life that people will not agree with Birdie's lifestyle and as a result will intentionally misgender him. And that's just something he has to put up with or risk other consequences for reacting. Additionally, Birdie did put this text on screen which claimed his grandma told him that they put him in a girls' dorm in order to not make the boys uncomfortable. So clearly his family was at least aware of the situation. Regardless, Birdie goes on to talk about his escape, if you will, from the homeless shelter.
I was completely alone and I was seething with rage. I knew I needed to get the hell out of that place before I ended up killing myself, so I contacted my Nana. I told her about my situation and she offered to come pick me up. I arranged for her and her husband to come pick me up and house me, and I didn't tell anybody in my family or anybody at the shelter until the day before she was showing up, because I knew they would try to keep me at the shelter. Of course, when I told the rest of my family, they were pissed. So my Nana arrived and I got the hell out of there. I began staying at her place and I quickly realized this was a really bad idea. They had me live in their garage, and the room that they placed me in had no locks and no doors. My Nana and her husband very quickly became abusive. Her husband would yell at me and shove me and tug on my clothes and chase me into my room. I would hide under the bed from him, but he would just keep yelling. He would call me retarded and swear at me and yell. Every time I would go nonverbal, he would start screaming at me, and my Nana would ask me why I wasn't normal, and she would enable him by telling him I was doing it on purpose because I didn't like him, which is rich coming from her, considering she also suffers from autism and BPD and psychosis as well. Like, why aren't you normal, Karen? You guys have no idea how long I've wanted to make that joke. Her name is actually Karen.
Wow, more supposedly abusive family members who are seemingly MI6 when it comes to covering up evidence of their supposed abuse. Anyway, this next claim in regards to Birdie's Nana is honestly the most bizarro world thing I think I've ever witnessed.
Every week when her husband would threaten to kick me out, I would present options of places for me to stay. I told her I could stay at a motel until my roommate came to pick me up, and she would come up with all sorts of bullshit to prevent me from having a safe place to stay. I would give her options, but she would say weird shit like she could take me to Oregon so I could live at her unfinished beach house despite her being unable to drive. She offered to buy a house in my hometown so I could stay there. She told me to just get an apartment by myself. Like, come on, in this economy, with the disabilities that I have, being unemployed? It'd be easier to cure cancer by mixing a shampoo potion together. I told her everything I said here about the homeless shelter and that was not an option. I had options on where to stay, but she straight up refused to let me go safely. She forced me to go back to the homeless shelter one day. I didn't have a choice because I had no method of transportation. There weren't any public buses in the area. I was literally in the middle of nowhere, by the way. My options were going back to the shelter or being left to the streets of this nowhere neighborhood and either starving to death or getting killed by coyotes.
I would give her options, but she would just say weird shit, like offering me free fucking housing. Like, what are we talking about? No, Birdie, your two options weren't fucking starve or get ate by coyotes. They were a house in Oregon or a house in your hometown. Like, what is all this shit about homelessness if it's completely self-inflicted? It is very well possible that Birdie's family was abusive to Birdie when they were younger. I mean, other than the unrestricted internet access, I don't know how else you would end up with someone as fucked up as Birdie. The issue is, however, when going off of what Birdie has told us, I cannot in good faith make that conclusion, as by his description, his family has attempted to provide support to Birdie. and subsequently just got pushed away and received abuse allegations. That is especially when considering this second screenshot of text from Grandma, within you can see Grandma seemingly giving Birdie some tough love, stating that Birdie should put some more work into not being so much to handle, as the whole family can't deal with it, especially after being burnt. Notably, Grandma does actually mention the shelter owner, stating that Birdie could contact him in an attempt to avoid homelessness. So assumedly at this point, the free house in Oregon or the free house in his hometown is off the table. The fact that Birdie started the video with a disclaimer of why his family shouldn't watch it is suspicious to me. Was it genuinely motivated by desire for them to not be involved in his life because of the fact that they hurt him? Or was it just because he baselessly slanders them for the next half an hour and doesn't want to suffer the consequences of them watching it because he might actually be made homeless then? Based on the fact that we only have one side of the story, and when considering both substantial pieces of evidence that Birdie provides contradicts his narrative, I'm inclined to believe that it's an extremely biased retelling of the story that paints everything in the absolute worst possible light. And I'm fairly certain Birdie's recent life story isn't the only instance of him dishonestly framing a situation in order to paint himself as the victim. Regardless, at threat of being kicked out of his nana's place, Birdie takes his grandma's advice and contacts the shelter owner. However, for whatever reason, also states that he has accommodation from CinnyBear03, who he also reached out to around the time.
I got so desperate I texted my mom and my grandma for help. And my grandma told me that it was my fault for being kicked out again and yada yada, and to call the owner of the shelter so I could go back. My mom told me to go back to the shelter too. I told them both why that wasn't an option and that I needed somewhere to stay where I had a basic level of assistance because on my own I would literally starve to death, and my mom told me it would be fine and that her and my grandma would help me get groceries and get to my appointments. Where was that kind of help I needed a few months ago? Why are you all of a sudden willing to help me?
Oh, I don't know, maybe because Birdie is homeless and clearly can't take care of himself, so pushing him to do things like taking care of his own appointments would just apply unnecessary pressure to a family member that they're attempting to help at the time.
Well, I didn't have a choice, so I called the owner of the shelter and asked if I could get back in. The thing is, my nana and her husband threatened to kick me out so often that I made plans for my roommate to come pick me up on November 4th. Due to this information, the owner rejected me and told me I couldn't go back to the shelter.
Why did Birdie tell the shelter owner that he had accommodation with CinnyBear when he just didn't because CinnyBear was across the country? Did he even clarify that, or was he just like, nah G, I got somewhere to stay, don't worry about it bro? Regardless, it's finally time for the degenerates to unite, so I'll just let Birdie explain that for you.
I couldn't stay at my nana's house for obvious reasons, so I had to go back to my parents' house. I'm not even kidding. I stayed there for a little less than a week until my roommate was able to drive from Missouri to Washington to pick me up. For those curious, my roommate is CinnyBear03, another animation memer, furry, previous Sans fangirl. What are the chances? As of writing this, we've been living together for almost 2 months. We've known each other through the internet since we were kids, and we used to watch each other's videos on a regular basis, so it is incredibly surreal knowing that we ended up living together. But like, good surreal. I honestly don't know what I would have done without her. I know for sure I would have been homeless on the streets. It's hard to express how grateful I am to have this opportunity and to have a friend like this in general, because I've never experienced this kind of love and care and compassion until now. But I am incredibly grateful to have a chance at life, and it's all because of Cinny. Everyone in her life was telling her not to come get me, but she went out of her way to save me regardless. We had a nice road trip. We were in the car for about 2 days. We snuggled up under some blankets and watched YouTube videos, ate snacks, listened to music, talked about things, and took naps on each other. We were homeless for a few days, but her friend provided us a place to sleep until we could move into our apartment. And now we're here. We have our own place, and we're happy. Not once in my entire life did I ever think I would have a future like this. Like, up until now, I had never been in a safe environment, so I had no concept of that ever becoming a reality. I fantasized about a future like this since I was very little, and now I'm here. I'm still mentally ill, I'm still struggling, I'm still healing from my past, but I'm happy and I'm safe, and I have a chance at life. I've never had that before. And I never could have done that without Cinny.
Wow, what a cute story. I'm sure this happiness will last forever.
I've been an irresponsible content creator.
and I've been acting inappropriately towards my fans. This alone is enough for me to realize I need to make sweeping changes to how I conduct myself and how I interact with my fans. But the most serious thing I've done is I've groomed a minor. I became friends with a 14-year-old after I made a mental note to myself to not become friends with minors again.
Yeah, so as established, I already have a video covering the CinnyBear03 allegations, but if you haven't seen it and need some context, let's just say it's a pretty open and shut case. Essentially, CinnyBear was exposed for sending art that depicted gore, fetish content, and rape to minors, and ended up admitting to it in a video that was later taken down. Speaking of taking down videos, while I was working on this video, CinnyBear privated her entire catalog, which resulted in one of the largest viewership count decreases I've ever seen on YouTube. But anyway, there were notably 2 Google documents that outlined allegations against CinnyBear that were released in September of 2024. Birdie released his video, "My roommate groomed a 14-year-old, I need help," the same day that the second document written by Eno was released, or more specifically, September 15th. The video has a bit of an entertaining beginning, I cannot lie.
Okay, I have to be kind of quiet because Cinny is in the other room because she called in sick from work today. But let me pull up my script.
This motherfucker is making his expose on CinnyBear while she is in the next room. I cannot help but find that fucking hilarious. Could he not wait until tomorrow or the day after or what? I mean, he calls it an emergency to make the video, but I do not understand why you would rush something like this. The internet would not have noticed if Birdie had released his video a day or 2 later, but whatever, it's a minor point. Birdie goes on to provide some context of how they encountered the allegation and additionally clarifies that they condemn CinnyBear and don't blindly support her just because they live together. Although notably, Birdie does repeat quite a few times that he doesn't know the extent of Cinny's actions. So hey Birdie, maybe you should go watch my last video and then you can come back and watch this one. Birdie then states that he's looking to move out and will begin doing emergency commissions in order to raise money for it. That isn't his only intended method of fund acquisition though.
If you want to help me get to a safe place, I've set up a GoFundMe. I've never done this before, so hope I'm doing it right. All expenses will go towards me moving to another place.
Ah, well I suppose that's a potential motivation for why Birdie rushed this video out. It seems likely to me that he wanted to capitalize on the recency of the allegation in order to get donations from people who didn't know any better. This campaign ended up raising a total of 11,110 USD. However, I've seen several claims a total of 11,110 USD. However, I've seen several claims with evidence that the money did not get used as advertised and instead went towards furthering Birdie's My Little Pony merch collection, which, okay buddy. The person who initially made this claim was a Twitter user by the name of Queen, and they are actually the individual who temporarily housed Birdie after the release of this video. Temporarily because Birdie got kicked out, of course, which led to Birdie accusing Queen of being a manipulative, abusive hoarder. Of course. Not before Birdie decided to ditch a shitload of his possessions at Queen's house, which seems to be becoming a bit of a signature move at this point. But most notably, those possessions included the ashes of that ferret that he sexually assaulted and also called his daughter Chara. Now, to be fair, in regards to the GoFundMe claim, Birdie did actually respond with an explanation when he was confronted on it. Well, I say he responded, but the messages claim that it's Birdie's PR responding, which is fucking hilarious to me because that either means that he's lying about having public representation or he got public representation over people criticizing him online for being a freak. But regardless, this PR claims that Birdie is sat on the GoFundMe cash and it was actually just the money he earned from commissions that he spent on the My Little Pony merch, which I suppose is some semblance of a defense, although I still find it fucking ridiculous considering he's claiming to be flat broke, starving, and at risk of homelessness. But anyway, Birdie continues the video explaining how he intends on escaping from CinnyBear's place.
Honestly, I don't even know where I'm gonna go. I don't know what the rest of my life is gonna be. I'm gonna talk to my family later. I highly doubt I'll be able to stay with any of them because, you know.
Big think as to why that would be. If my understanding of the story is correct, then Birdie basically accused these people, his own family, of being physically, emotionally, and abusive with his relatively large YouTube platform when, as far as I'm concerned, all these people really did was push Birdie to try and look after himself and not be so reliant on others. Even in the unlikely instance that everything Birdie has claimed about them is correct, why would one, Birdie even want to move back in with them, and two, why would they want to take Birdie back if Birdie has already aired out how horrible they are online, probably for the whole local town to see? That's honestly the main thing. None of these people have online careers. There was no reason for Birdie to make a half-hour-long segment airing out personal family drama, especially when considering the fact that Birdie's old therapist, for example, but additionally his family and friends have found his videos and watched them.
I didn't have anybody
回も傷ついてどっかりあなた空いていたので入ろうとして引きつっていたんだよ何日も守り抜いて重たくたって口を閉じて破けるくらいにかかれるでみたんだよ傷ついて開いた穴を縫って隠してなるべく長く一緒にいたいんだよ何日も守り抜いて吐きたくたって歯を食いしばっただけ抱えてもらっていたんだよ無理やり口を閉じたって苦しくないわくたびれた私がダメだったまだ役に立つつもりだったけれどちぎれる前に思いやりすれ違って君とさよならくたびれた私がダメだったんだねまだ君の匂いも残っているよちぎれる前に少しだけ名残惜しそうにさよなら何回も傷ついてきた顔も体もまだ使えるよ捨てないで誰かに譲らないで欲しいだけなのくたびれた私がダメだったくたびれた私がダメだったんだね頼られてると思い込んでいるよちぎれる前の新品にしようの私に勝てやしないくたびれた私がダメだったんだね色あせただけ思い出してけるよちぎれた後に少しだけ名残惜しそうにさよなら私は悪いあなたのは悪い夜空の中で名前をなくしてうねりのない水面に潜む景色を知らないままただ記憶も昨日までは構わないのただ記憶も私はなぜまっすぐに走る誰かの手のひらを探すため空をできる限り目に収めながら私は雨恥ずかれてわかる誰かのようにはなれない雨地球を困らせるほどの痛みを知らないから雨世界を動かすよう毛に導かれてい 強烈な強い雨で目を覚ます。私は雨、地球をなぞる人、つぶっては気づくことのない雨。夜空に飾り付ける星を見つけて、空にガリガリ地に星をつけたり消えたったり触れたったりする。開けてたら何もいなかった世界で聞き込めるの。私は雨、人だってわかるあれ、彼女にはなれない雨。地球を困らせる俺の想いを知りたいから雨、世界を動かすよ影に導かれている雨。流れ着いた海の隠し味になるまで。私は雨。たどり着くまでにおさらいを忘れないで。凪の海で向かい合わせ、違う景色同じ模様の答え合わせ。シーツはない空が眩しかった。そんな日僕はあなたのために生きてた。海のした鐘が鳴らなかった。透明な国であなたのためにここで終わるから。あと何年経ったら見られる雨も雪も時空になってしまうくらい暗いところ。信念なく心の奥へ飛んでたら強くなってきて、選択選択に離されてもらったよ。信念なく心の奥へ飛んで二人だけの私がいる前の秘密を通り越して抱きしめてみたかったわ、見つめたかった。そんな日僕は裏切りグラスに閉じ込めて構わないだけ。残る私が彼は鳴り響いた。透明な国で二人を結ぶがになるもの。あと何年経ったら雪が澄め、雨も雪も時空になってしまうなってしまうところ。理由でまでまだ信念なく心の奥へ飛んでたら冷たくなってきて、友情はなぎ戻しちゃいけないからって切にしてあんなに信念なく心の奥へ飛んで二人だけの私が寝ていないのに秘密を通り越して抱きしめてみたかったわ。心の奥へ取るで